Finish on an amazing rare. Pleuroseed. Riolu. Sandile. I'll just read out these. Welmer. Ah! Called it! Called it! Oh my god! Look at it, yeah, it's beautiful, isn't
Show
it?
them the light they have lost. With that, the fire.
Now, well, with that, the fire burns out. I was a bit into it then. Finish on an amazing rare. Pleuroseed. Riolu. Sandile. I'll just read out these. Welmer. Ah! Called it! Called it! Oh my god! Look at it, yeah, it's beautiful, isn't
Show
it?
them the light they have lost. With that, the fire.
Now, well, with that, the fire burns out. I was a bit into it then. Finish on an amazing rare. Pleuroseed. Riolu. Sandile. I'll just read out these. Welmer. Ah! Called it! Called it! Oh my god! Look at it, yeah, it's beautiful, isn't
Show
it?
them the light they have lost. With that, the fire.
Now, well, with that, the fire burns out. I was a bit into it then. Finish on an amazing rare. Pleuroseed. Riolu. Sandile. I'll just read out these. Welmer. Ah! Called it! Called it! Oh my god! Look at it, yeah, it's beautiful, isn't
Show
it?
them the light they have lost. With that, the fire.
Now, well, with that, the fire burns out. I was a bit into it then. There we go. I'm unmuting it. But in stream I am. So right. Sorry. Yeah. The Sphinx came down and greeted us, and we got Tiny's questions answered. Well, I hope we got Tiny's questions answered, but there were some questions asked and answers given. Gorgable also asked some questions. Yeah. We asked. Well, I asked about the future. So we then teleported to Jabala and ended up in the tavern. We discussed what we're going to do in the area, so we went and looked for Tamaronin. I got a note here about trying to get to the Verdant Isles. Okay, was that our next destination or was that his destination? I can't remember. So we wanted to try and get to the Verdant Isles, but we want to grab Tamaronin and see what he says. So we asked the Mages Guild. We were told to come back. Well, he thought about it. Tiny, he tried to sneak up to Tam and make him jump, but that backfired, and he was encased in a force cage around him. We were stuck in there for about an hour. Thank you very much. Gave me a whole chocolate pizza. You can eat it. We tried to figure out how to get him out of this cage, but it was like, unfortunately, yeah, pretty good. Yeah, despite magic didn't work. So we gave Tam the spider's legs and the hide. Krev bought a tapestry from Tam as well for one of his spells. We went back to the mages, and apparently it mentioned that there was a connection on Verdant Isles, but will cost 3,000 gold to get there. We argued a bit about spending that money, and Krampf agreed to teleport us in the morning. We headed to the Ifrit after that and got our money for Garistro braces, sorry. Got 16 grand for it. It was quite popular. I had a bit more over it. We went back to Evermond to rest, because that's the nice place we like to rest. As we headed to teleport. No? Yeah, we went to the other way to get teleported back. Gorgamore noticed we was being followed. Yeah, sorry, I read it around the wrong way. And then I didn't write his name. Yeah. Judas well, it says here, after we tortured him, he told us that Abraxas is his leader. Abraxas is a demon lord of the Avenger, yeah. Azor is a local that is receiving messages, and then something will be coming through soon. And that's where my notes finish. Come through, yeah. Yeah. Did I miss anything?
You missed the exacts of the law dump, but I don't think any of us expected that.
No. Exacts of the what, sorry?
The law dump.
Yeah.
You know, when the Sphinx was telling me giant stories about shape changes and what happened to them, and
that, yeah,
and the Lord of Bulls.
I didn't write it
Beast
down
Lord.
because Adam was talking so fast, and it was.
He was talking very slowly. Actually, he was waiting for me to write every single line.
Don't try to blame Adam for you not writing it down.
He was doing it very slowly. He was waiting for me to finish every line. Okay, done. Okay, done.
Yeah, but it's your back. It's something to do with you. So.
going to be due you soon. When I go, hey, go tank that giant Baphomet for us.
I'll be like, no, fuck off.
And Baphomet's going to go, what?
Splat. Alright, yeah, there was some lore. Do you want to talk about the lore?
Depends if people want to know.
Oh, my.
Well, I know that the Blood Moon is happening in the Dwindling Thunshire of next year.
Thunshire.
The year 1385.
Did you get your questions answered though?
I got fucking shit tons of information that I didn't know.
Yeah.
A few things linked up. A few things that people have told me have been twisted to blame others for misdoings. But it's not their fault.
Yeah. So, what are we doing in Verdant Isles again? Oh, going to the
family home.
Yeah, we're going to visit Judas's inheritance.
Yeah, his keep that was left to him. Or
And we're not 100% sure where that is yet. Vague
were you
idea,
given a
yeah.
location, Judas? Or just told the Verdant Isles?
I got told the name of the place.
Okay.
Alright.
Which I can try and find in my notepad. I imagine my character would remember, or I can spend 20 minutes.
I would imagine my
finding it.
character would remember many things, but Adam goes, no.
No. Did you write it down?
Character
No.
does have an intelligence of 6, so you know.
Oh shit, yeah, you're a bit dumb.
Oh no, yeah.
We'd probably remember before he would. Well, considering the person who gave the message is standing with us,
Yeah, maybe.
Theobald gave us the message. He carried a message, didn't he?
Yeah, no one actually asked him how he got that information.
Oh, we know. He was on a ship,
Oh, of course
or he was on a
Merchant
dock, and he was given the letter to pass on.
ship. Hmm. Yeah, as post. Yeah, he's just a mailman.
I doubt
I do
that.
apologise, it's an intelligence of 7, not 6.
Yeah, thank you very much. I did actually realise that when you said it, but I thought, I've got intelligence of 7. I wouldn't have understood you got it wrong.
I was going to say there's not much different.
Understood that it was a dig.
Yeah, yeah. My character was like, yeah, you're right, I am smart. I would have remembered that.
6 out of 7, pretty good.
We're going to try and fix that.
It's already in the works.
Is it?
Yep.
But we didn't know it happened.
And ASI does not count.
No. I requested of my new master that he would give me that favour if I was a good servant. Because he is a celestial being, and he led me to believe that is something he would be able to do.
Yeah. So we're going to the Verdant Isle, which is there.
If you need the name, it's Hursthold.
So thank you. Yeah, I've got it written somewhere, but as of the moment, my notes are generally on whatever page my notes were on for Final Fantasy. So they're all somewhere. I've got 2 notepads filled with notes that mix Final Fantasy work and D&D on random pages. Because I'm very organised.
There we go.
So we pick up just after you were tailed by someone through the bazaar. Having spotted them and cornered them, Judas went invisible and managed to surprise them before they kept up, running behind into a little back alley.
Gave him a little love tap.
With a little sneak attack in the streets.
Love tap.
person tailing you was no more, you sort of dragged him round to everyone else, who stabilised him and brought him back round. And subduing him, you managed to prevent him using some copper wire to what you believe to be send a message somewhere else. Asking a few questions and interrogating him with the business end of a mace.
Yeah.
We left it there in case there were any questions that you could think of sort of between the sessions, as you were getting pretty set to finish him off.
I'm going to ask a question, and everyone needs to answer truthfully. Did anyone think of this situation at all over the last week?
Yeah.
No.
Bullshit.
Well,
Dan.
everyone is a
What's
bit
your
more
question, then?
fresh-minded now. So, can anyone think of any questions to ask him?
Do we have to kill him?
Are you asking that of him?
No.
There's questions to ask him.
I mean, he's made it pretty adamant that if he gets another chance, he'll try again.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't regret this. He won't change his line of work. He's going to continue trying to harass us.
Let's put him in prison.
Okay, I will. Yeah, but that's not. Did you have any questions you wanted to ask him,
No, I asked for questions last time.
Tom?
No, got nothing. Other than, well, he's not going to tell us who sent him, is he?
He told
we
us
know
the
who his
guy's
boss
name.
was. Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, he told us his name.
Ezor.
Yeah, he said he didn't know where the guy was, but
Okay.
do you have any more questions?
I can't think of any.
Okay.
As you all sort of stood around looking at each other, deciding what to do, what would you like to do?
I'm going to walk away.
I'll
Walk around the
explain
corner.
to the group that I'll let the guards know that they can collect him if you guys want to start getting ready to leave here.
I think me and Gogum are still holding him down, right?
Yeah. At the moment.
Yeah. So I will.
Hang on.
Oh.
On. There are a lot of diviners here. If they find a body, they could probably discern who or what did what to whom.
Good thinking. Let's take him with us.
Really?
Well, we just throw him through the teleport thing,
I think the law should
and then we can deal with him.
arrested.
For what?
Conspiracy.
Getting shanked?
Conspiracy to commit murder.
What conspiracy?
All they're going to know, Okran, is that he's been stabbed and beaten.
Yeah. Are you happy to spend the next couple of months here in trial?
No, not really.
I think they would just kill us.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
Please,
Okay,
how
so
well
we have a little problem. And I'm pretty sure Karanth could probably tell us this. Teleport only works on willing creature.
Okay. I'm going to say to him, we can kill you and leave you on the streets and run away, or we can take you somewhere you don't know and just leave you to fend for yourself. Which would you choose?
Option B, I would take it if I was you. Think heavily, my friend.
You see him sort of weighing up his situation as he's kneeling there. I take my chances.
In the new city?
Nods his head.
Excellent.
Okay.
That's made me happy. Yes.
Then, shall we teleport away?
That we do. Wow, that I wish.
I will help him up. Still holding, like, my arm around him. I'll change my mace back to a sword.
Okay. Finding the. What are you doing?
I think a crab's got a spell slot for this.
Yeah, he's got full spell slots. That's why we had to rest and wait till the next day.
We didn't rest
Yeah.
yet
Oh.
That's why he was.
because we didn't want to rest in this town in case of getting shanked in the night.
But you still had a slot to do it with.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
can still take the time.
Yeah.
He's got his
Yeah,
ninth
we-
level slot.
I thought we came back to Evermond. Oh, did you say that we then didn't want to rest in Evermond?
We didn't want to rest in Jabala.
Oh, yeah, so...
We're in Jabala right now
Oh, I see.
The last time I was in
because we came
Evermond,
to just Jabala to find Tam and talk to Greastro, Racer Boy.
Collect
Free.
your money.
Yeah. So we're teleporting to Evermond now, sorry, yeah. So we go
Yes,
to
we
Evermond.
are. Could he teleport us to one of the gates?
yes.
Maybe the gate where they're building our visage.
Not as reliably, but he can try.
I'm just thinking we kind of don't want to take him with us into the College of Evermond.
I mean, we could we try and teleport to our keep?
I don't know if I want him in our keep either.
Because we just need to go somewhere safe, don't we?
I don't think I'd want him in our keep either.
Not going to be there for long.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to let him walk out and he's going to walk on his merry way.
And die in the woods.
No. Well,
He comes
Make
from a
either a
desert town, my
deception
dude.
or a persuasion check, and he's going to insight check you.
who?
You?
Me? Persuasion?
Yeah, he's saying he's going to get to walk away and live.
Well, in my mind, I'm hoping that's what's going to happen.
That should be a deception.
Hang on. I'm pretty sure I had
I think we
persuasion,
both
right?
know he is naive enough to believe that.
Well, what am I rolling, Adam? Sorry.
Whatever Okran believes,
Persuasion.
genuinely believes of this group that he walks with.
Because I've been trying my hardest to not get him killed and try for him to repent, so I wouldn't believe that he would die.
Okay, natural 2 on the insight check. With a 31, then yeah, he a little hopeful of his chances.
Mm-hmm. Just must remember, make the right choices.
Coranth gathers everyone round. Starts to incant the verbal components to teleport. I'm going to say he's familiar. So if someone wants to roll a D100.
Good, Alex.
Are we not going to the keep?
You can go to the keep if you want, or you
Or
can
have
go
you got
to
to
the
roll for the
gates.
keep as well?
You have to roll for the keep as well.
Oh, then it's either whichever you prefer.
Yeah, let's go to the keep.
Okay. $73.
Ooh. Alex has just killed us.
No, I killed him.
His head exploded.
And holding everyone into a loose grouping, incanting the words, there's a slight shift in the ground beneath you as you arrive on the entrance gate to the keep back near Evermond. A little sand brought with you, but nothing too.
Some momentum.
What would you like to do with your prisoner?
Well, we let him go. I'm not holding him, so whoever's holding him.
Has he got a hood on or anything?
Yeah, he's got a cowl.
I'll pull back the cowl and make sure I get a good look at his face.
Very distinctive with the tattoo.
Yeah.
I'll ask him if he knows where he is.
He sort of looks around, says gates, and looks out at sort of the not particularly lush, but the fields of grass that sort of roll away around some hills. And says, not in Jabala.
Yeah, near Evermond. There's some forests nearby, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, yeah, like a half day away at most.
I will offer to lead him to Evermond.
That's like a day.
Yeah, half a day. You've probably got some horses within the keep that you
Yeah,
could...
so we'll grab 2 horses. I'll tie a rope from his to mine so he doesn't get lost.
Everyone happy with this?
Yeah.
If you really wish to, yes.
Well, you got just the spellcasters have got rest anyway. You can
I'm
take a nice
fine.
leisurely rest.
I actually just looked. I'm completely fine. It's just
Right,
Corinth that needed it.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's
So
around slots.
I will start leading him.
While they're getting like horses and shit ready, I'll take Judas to the side a little bit so I can talk to him.
Okay.
Do you want me to follow? I can follow in the air.
I think I should be able to deal with him fine.
Okay.
Do it.
Will you be back today?
Yes. Shouldn't take me long at all.
I'll wait up for you then. And I'll also make sure I tell our guards and the guys that watch the walls his features. In case he tries to make his way back at any point. Under some guise.
I will, then I'll bid them adieu and lead our new friend out of the keep towards the woods.
As he's sort of being led away on the horse, sort of a little unsteady, clearly not a very adept rider. Possibly the second time in his life that he's been on a horse or such creature.
Bit wobbly.
And he looks over towards the group and, am I to make a new life without my things then?
I will give you money for new things.
He's very generous.
He's going to insight check you now, Judas. Oh, this disadvantage is killing him, man.
Probably not better than 18.
Right, it's a natural 20 or a natural 17, but...
Oh.
So that's a 19, actually.
Oh.
On his insight. So as you start to lead the way and convincing everyone else that you're going to give him some coin, is he aware of his fate?
I don't know, is he?
Bruh, I legit thought he was taking it to everyone.
As you lead him out through the gates, he manages to get through your deception.
Fucking old Yeller.
I was going to
Take
say,
him out back.
Okran believes it. Daniel fucking knew you were doing something dodgy. I know what you like.
I thought I was offering something proper, like maybe keep an eye on me or something, yeah. Nah, you can take him out back and kill him.
Fuck it.
And then again, Alex, are you going to do that?
Well, I mean, with that deception roll, I'm sure you can tell that I am.
Okay, so that was your plan from the start. Okay.
I'm just being polite enough to everyone else that I'm not going to do it in our keep.
I trusted you just, so I'm not going to roll.
I wasn't under any illusion that he wasn't going to do it. So
Yeah.
no. Yeah.
Same.
It didn't even pass my mind. Not even me. I was like, oh cool, yeah, fair enough.
So does he react then?
You see sort of a resignation come over his face.
Oh God.
Still quite uncertain and unstable in the horse, and now that he's sort of trotting along, doesn't really want to try and make a break for it.
Good boy.
as you start leading him out from the gate and down the path along the ramp that leads up to the gate. You start to head. What direction? North would be towards Evermond.
I'm going to the nearest trees.
Okay.
The
So
nearest-
you head north for a little while, but then start to veer east a bit more, heading to the closest small woods.
Oh boy, here I go farming again.
I'm going to make some small talk with him. I'm going to ask him, obviously. He mentioned before that his life would fall back into one of crime. And he said he would come for us again. Does he still hold those beliefs?
My faith is strong.
So you would not give up your destination? You would not change your ways?
Looks to the side and sort of back towards the keep. And says, no. Your friends would have regretted it.
I can at least make it comfortable for you. Quick.
I
Are
can
we
do
by
same
the
for
tree
my
line?
master. Yeah.
Then I will ask him to dismount.
Just gonna skip back to Tiny. Oh, it's quite nice for him to do that.
Yeah, pleasant. You know, we saved an innocent life. He's going to repent.
Oh no.
Hops down off of the horse. Walks over towards the trees. Sort of reaches out and see him running his hand over the bark of one. You can see a look of curiosity on his face as he does so.
I'll ask him what he's looking at.
I've never seen this many trees before.
It's a different landscape. It's a lovely place. Had you chosen to make it your new life, I'm sure you would have prospered. I'm going to obviously dismount as well.
Okay.
Then I'm going to point out to him a tree a little further in that's much more interesting. As he goes to look at it, I'm going to cut his throat.
You sneak closer the, I think 6 HP.
Yeah, something like that.
Make a attack roll.
Is it with advantage? We can
I'm
keep playing
actually
it happy.
thinking D&D is getting a little bit too dark for me now.
It's a 19 plus whatever bits.
Ah,
Easy
the
enough
thing.
before he's able to react. You walk up behind him and finish the job.
Thud. That sickening dull thud of a corpse hitting the floor.
Yeah, knees first and then just slowly teeters forward onto the grass.
And I'm going to dig a grave and bury him.
Okay, you take a good sort of hour and a half, 2
Yeah.
hours or so.
It was
Yeah.
nice enough to be honest with me. I'm not going to leave him for the wolves.
Having broken a sweat, you return to your horses tethered at the trees at the edge of the woods.
And I'm going to ride back to the keep.
What's everyone else been doing in this time?
I'm gonna go see the trees.
I'm going to go see the
They're still green.
chapel.
They're alive, actually. Jeez.
I just imagined you come and see the same trees I was burying the guy next to.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just.
what's going on? And I'm like,
Oh.
nothing.
Just see Judas digging a hole. You're just like, what you doing?
My goldfish died.
Farmer stuff.
Shortcut.
Plants
Like
and crops.
literally.
We will live. They will die.
You head over to the awakened trees, have a conversation, see how the grove's doing.
Yeah.
Check
If
out
they're
the
still
chapel.
Enjoying their stay. Or growing to enjoy it.
Seem to have found it tolerable at least. The
Oh.
people around them are a little more exciting than the woods they were in before.
I've got that nightshade, haven't I?
You do have some, yeah.
I will talk to the attendants of the garden, explain to them and Oberon the dangers that it holds, and then maybe work
Oberon,
with them to get it
helped
started.
you brew some of this before. Sorry, I think helped
Yeah.
Karanth brew some, so he would be familiar.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start with maybe seeing if I can seed some while I'm here for a little bit. I'm sure I would be pretty proficient in something like that.
Okay, you take the afternoon to take some cuttings and try and get them to
Yeah.
sprout in the garden. Try and find
Bit of druidcraft.
a place where they would thrive a little in
And
the
somewhere
shade.
that can be regulated. Maybe in the on the backside of one of the ends.
Yeah.
I'll try and explain to him if you see any elfy people, please warn them of this. Not good.
Go risk asset, put signs up.
Yeah, PPE.
And you can see the people that have been looking after the grove and sort of tending to the gardens there. None of them, thankfully, are elves or half elven.
Yeah.
So no staffing issues there.
Sweet.
Okran heads over to the chapel.
Yeah. See how Oberon's doing.
Dear diary, we did a good deed today. We saved a man.
Oh yeah, I get to start my book.
Oh, the man's dead.
The first entry in the Sapphire Keep. Well, they call it Book of. Oh, I don't know what they call it. What do they call that book?
A book.
We tell the stories. They call it something special.
A storybook.
A ledger.
I don't know.
Biography.
Yeah, the biography of Okran. Yeah, go to the chapel, have a chat, see where we are, see what we're doing.
You can see it's bedecked. It's definitely not sort of overdone in the sort of lavishness. But you can see there's a few stained glasses depicting Noala and some of her angels.
I'm going to name every single one of them.
Go ahead.
Oh, then name them.
Oh, I don't even know what they are. Do you? Have we told us?
Some follower you are.
It's not even in the book, Noala, is she?
What?
Is Noala an actual god?
Yes.
Or was that Adam's god?
Oh, not it's an actual god in our D&D world, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have the history of that apart from what's written on D&D. Beyond.
Well, have you ever asked?
I know a few of them, but not all of them. Not that I can remember.
You can see Oberon's clearly gotten a few acolytes from Evermond to come down to tend to the chapel and to those that had come. Not been too many outside guests outside of the sort of staff that are around. But maybe that'll change with time.
Yeah. Just gonna chill out in the chapel for a little bit. Help out if there's anything to help out with.
Yeah, you look over some of the books and make sure the sermons are in order. That sort of thing. Spend a little while in there. After a couple of hours being finished, you see Judas coming back up the gate with the two horses, trotting along.
Do I note that it has been too short of a time to have made it to Avonabag?
Yeah, it's only been a few hours.
I will, oh, I'll just keep that to myself then. I could guess that he probably left him on his way and pointed at Avamond.
Yep. Wink.
Yep! Oink!
Anything that Gorgomor would want to be doing?
Did we start the process of constructing when we're going to do like a trading hub thing?
Yes. Yeah, that's one of the things we were talking about a little bit last session.
The only thing I'd want to check to see if there's been any headway made and any contact with anyone from the mountains about it.
Yeah, they haven't sent out messengers at all to sort of say, other than obviously when you were there saying to them that you'd opened something. There's definitely the outhouses that would host those sort of caravanseries have been built, but they aren't populated yet.
There's not really much else I'd want to do then.
You rest and relax in the keep for the afternoon and the evening, as you're all sort of together for the evening meal. Are there any conversations you'd like to have, or are you just heading towards your long rest?
For me, I don't think.
Just asking,
might be.
is Oberon with us?
Yeah, he'd be about.
I'm going to ask him if he had any trouble, any issues, any problems, any hurdles to hurdle over.
What?
Any
Obstacles.
hurdles to hurdle over? Any problems to problem over?
Issues.
The issue about?
Sort of says, well, there's nothing to inflict wounds around here, but
Except for you, of course. I'm gonna do the finger guns.
Ding.
thank you for volunteering. Bang. It just sort of confirms that you've just been getting on with the day-to-day and settling in.
No troublesome visitors or pesky monsters.
Just sort of, it says spottings of a bear in one of the local woods, but nothing that the locals can't handle. Nothing abroad that doesn't seem like it should be. It's a very tame corner of the world. For now, at least.
There goes your research into the scroll.
He's made a bit of progress. He hasn't fully cracked it yet. But he definitely seems confident with what he's learning, that with a little more time he'd be able to possibly run a ritual, and the biggest hurdle will be to decide who to try and bring back.
Which one is it he's learning?
Resurrection?
Yeah, resurrection is the one that he's going for at the moment.
Is he going to be able to actually cast it? Does he need a higher slot than what he'd have? Has he still been gaining experience?
He's gained a little bit of experience for his research on there. Essentially, for the fact that he was about 2,500 experience away from being able to. By the time that he's, like mechanically speaking, by the time that he's finished the research and managed to learn the magics, he will have enough experience to hit level 13.
Okay, very cool.
Which will give him the 7th level slot.
While this is all going on, I'm just casting light in my hand and dismissing it, and casting it again, and dismissing it.
I do say
This is a new ability I've got, and I've never used magic before, so I'm
going
like,
to walk
wow.
over to the two of them. I'm going to use Produce Flame and then dismiss it. Produce Flame and then dismiss it.
I go, hey Judas, ready, catch! I'll throw my light to you.
Oh, it works.
Is that a euphemism?
You know, I cast
It's
light.
actually a stone he's cast light on and he's just chucking it at you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot that works like that.
Yeah.
I was envisioning it more as he's sort of like casting light, pretending to throw it and
And I was
dismissing
like,
it at the same
pretending
time.
to catch it, cast light.
Kicking it
Yeah.
in his own head. Like, hey!
Yeah.
Exactly how I was thinking.
Hey, Okran, catch this fire.
What? Ow!
One of those, catch this fire, and then he goes into a baseball pitch.
Yeah.
Trying to get as hard as he can.
Knock it
Catch
back.
these hands.
Finna catch these hands.
You spend a little while getting used to your new magics. And after a short while, retire for the evening amongst the keep.
How much XP does Judas get for killing that guy then?
No XP.
Oh, what?
Murder.
Killed him twice.
Yeah, you did.
Clearly wasn't a challenge for you then, was it?
Oof.
Definitely not the second time.
You should give him XP instead.
He's
It's a
dead.
bit pointless. He's
Yeah.
dead.
You get it when he wakes up from his long rest.
Oh shit! No, this is Okran. Yeah, no, he's gone to the farm.
He's got the farm.
Gonna work on the farm.
Good. He's making good life choices.
Yep.
Yeah, choices.
Oh my god. You each have a long rest, gaining its benefits.
Yeah.
So remember to give Courant that to wipe his slots as well.
I
What?
I realised I was level 1 exhausted.
You were,
Go back.
which means you should have
Disadvantaged.
disadvantage persuasion.
Yeah, I'll roll it again just to see what I got. But
I mean, he got a natural 2 for his insight check on that
Yeah.
one. So it's literally a natural
I don't know.
1.
This is Dan.
He's got a
natural
plus
ones.
15. If it's a natural 1,
yeah.
then he'd have been a little bit more concerned, but he'd still have come along anyway.
I think he had much of a choice if he's on.
Oh.
Of course, you'd roll the 2.
I'm no longer exhausted now though.
How?
How what?
Yeah.
How?
Oh, now brown cow. Do you know if Mike watches your stream, Dan?
No.
How's he got a PC that can run Cyberpunk?
That can do what?
Run Cyberpunk.
Don't know.
Fair do.
Well, yeah.
Did you lend yours again, Alex?
I need to buy a new PC.
I just need the graphics card. It's not available anywhere.
If you want to pay
Oh,
700
you go for
quid, I
that
can.
one.
Hang on.
Yeah.
A guy I know up from work has a 3070 that he's going to be selling.
Yeah.
700 quid.
Nice.
Because he bought one of those and then saw that he could get a 3090 fans edition. Crazy nuts.
Yeah,
Spent 1400 quid on it.
I mean, if you only spent 1400, that's pretty good.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like a 1700 quid card at the moment.
Fuck now. But yeah, he's got 3070s himself. I don't know what they're worth though.
I've got a 2090-80.
6532 ha ha ha.
Yeah, that's the one.
I got a 1-2 buckle shoe.
3-4 knock on the door.
Nothing.
I'm back.
5-6 pick up
Back.
6.
So with Coranth trying to teleport you, where would you like to teleport to?
So we're going to be trying to go to the Verdant Isle, aren't we?
Yeah.
And we don't really know where the Verdant Isle, our this keep is.
No, amongst the Verdant Isles, you haven't heard of Hursthold before, so you're not quite sure where it would be.
Okay. We kind of need to teleport to where I bought all my gear from anyway, which would be in my hometown, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So we're going to teleport there. And I will explain to everyone not to use my name while we're there.
Okay.
Well, I was a very prolific farmer. I was very well known. And because I was so good at farming, there were a lot of other farmers that didn't really like me. So it'd be best if people didn't realise I was there, because they might think I was coming back to farm, and they might try to stop me being a farmer
Bit of competition.
or being alive. So we should not use my name while we're there.
Okay.
Instead, you can call me Brutus.
What is it with you and betrayers? Don't think I didn't miss that.
Yeah.
Let me change my spells.
Brutus
I might
Maximus.
be able to help you out. Brutus was the guy who
Betrayed
stabbed.
Caesar.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, one of, obviously, but yeah. Brutus was someone who pretended to be Caesar's
his
friend
friend,
and stabbed
yeah.
him.
Hi, Shank. Ain't nobody bringing us down.
Is that your style of farming?
You're my
Yeah, no,
friend.
I just think the names are funny.
Funny name. Prepare that in case we need to kill a group of farmers. Of both kinds.
So yeah, I will obviously warn the group that there may be trouble. To keep an eye out, not to mention my name.
It's an excellent opportunity for roleplay.
Yep.
Yeah, love it. Don't I get seeming, or am I going crazy? Do I
I
get
mean-
seeming?
I'm sure you could get it if you really wanted to.
I thought that was a thing that
I think it's a
Direct-
bard thing, the actual spell.
Keyleth cast it.
No, Scanlan cast seeming.
Oh, did he? Oh yeah, because he made himself have the biggest tail, because he's a pretentious prick. I have no way of making someone look different. Oh, I could polymorph you.
Every
I
hour.
really
right?
want to look different. I could cast polymorph on you and change your features. Judas.
What was that, sorry?
I could cast polymorph on you to change your features.
Yes, that would work.
It'll last for an hour, but if we can get our information and get on the road, then it wouldn't be so bad, right?
Yes. I
It
think
would
if we
mean-
teleport to this city, then I think we should leave this city and go to a different city to try and get the information.
Okay.
I don't think we should hang around in this city for long at all.
I'd say it would mean you could do the talking because you would not look as you did before.
Yes. Yes,
I
that would
could,
work. Yes, actually.
Adam, correct me if I'm wrong. I could even make him another race, right?
What spell is this?
Polymorph.
Polymorph
think
is
as
only
long as
into
they're the same.
beasts.
It says into a new form. Oh, any beast who's...
You could be the
I
pet.
mean, we're beasts, right?
No, you're humanoids.
Sorry, I got confused. Fucking... They used it in Critical Role like that. So I got confused.
So we can't use that then.
No.
That's right then. We'll just
And I can only do it to myself. With the other one. Can make myself look like you, so it looks like there's two of us.
that probably wouldn't be advantageous for you.
Could also just turn you into a mouse for the duration.
I mean, you could do, and we can just
Or a cat. Something. And then just get out of town and... Or you could just be your stealthy motherfucking self and we'll leave town.
I mean, you can go invisible.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I think I'll probably do. When we get there, I'll just turn invisible straight away. So yeah, so let's do that.
So you have a small conversation. Where would you like Karanth to teleport you to?
We're just going into that city, aren't we? So I just give him, well, he can use any piece of my clothing, I guess,
Give me your
that I would
stuff.
have purchased there.
Let me just bring up this.
Do you not know the name of this city?
Morstow.
More stuff. Nice.
I hope we're going to the D&D equivalent of like Bloodborne right now.
So this is an associated object. So where in Morstow would you have purchased your clothing, or whereabouts? What district?
Have a look.
You would remember from your experiences, Ghost Hook would be sort of where you would want to try and avoid, as it's primarily run by your former associates in the Iron Outlaws.
I know.
I mean, my clothes would be good quality. So whichever district had like the better quality tailors.
The Golden Garden usually was
Place is so cool.
mostly frequented by the High Waters Trading Company, which is the Merchants Guild. It's one of the three big players in Morstow.
So yeah, it'd probably be that area then.
You see Karanth sort of focusing on the piece of clothing and listening to the name of the place, starting to incant the words a little uncertainly. But as he holds it in his hands, if someone wants to roll a D100.
I did the
Do
last
that again,
one.
Alex.
Yeah, but you did the last one well, so you know.
Yeah.
That one was a 94! I don't know if that's good or bad.
A single murmur after he finishes the incantation, you are, as before with his effortless teleport, seamlessly just in another place.
Oh, look at that shit. Oh,
And I will be going invisible as soon as we materialize.
Better than the original.
Yes.
You find yourself on one of the main roads that leads north-south, close to the Golden Garden. You can see the tailors across the street a little further down, and in your mind's eye you can see a few streets away, or you remember the location of at least the house of Gordon the Merchant. Where would you like to try, what are you trying to do as you head around?
So yeah, as I requested before, I think we should leave this city fairly quickly, and probably question it in another city where I'm less known. Or unless, say, Dan wants to do some talking, and I can just follow around invisible, keeping an eye on everything.
What's your keep's name?
Shit, I forgot it again.
Hurst keep.
Hurst
Right.
Keep, that's it.
Hold.
Hurst hold.
So,
I knew I had some fucking alliteration.
Do we know any more information about it?
Do you have a family name? We could perhaps.
Iscariot.
What?
Is your last name? Oh my god, I love it.
Was it? Sorry?
I joked before about your last name being Iscariot.
Iscariot.
Iscariot. I-S-C-A-R.
Just so you know, Dan, that was Judas's actual last name.
Yeah, that's Judas Iscariot is the name of the guy who betrayed Jesus.
Yeah. Iscariot family name. Do you have a crest?
Literally.
Not that I know
Knife
of.
in the bag.
Is it 12 copper or something?
It's I can't remember what it was. Just a man kissing a long-haired dude.
No,
Dan, I think it's time you put a trigger warning for certain Christians on your stream.
Oh yeah, Jesus.
30
Yeah.
pieces of silver. There you go. And I mean, you guys got to remember, I am actually a Christian, so
You know.
it evens out.
We do
Evens
role
out.
play with the utmost respect for all faiths and religions in this stream. If you do have any problems, then please DM me and I'll sort you out.
Even the followers of Nawala get love.
Yep. Noala power. I mean. Right. So, wouldn't the best place to go to first would be the tavern?
Yeah, probably a tavern.
Are you going to be doing the talking then?
I will do the talking. Yes.
I will cast Enhance Ability Charisma on Okran.
Oh, what's that do?
Gives you advantage on charisma
And
checks.
what form is that?
I shall tell you, it is
Cat, isn't
the Eagle Splendor.
What?
No, Cat's Grace is advantage on
So what
dexterity,
was
and you don't take
chocolate?
damage from falling 20 feet or less.
Whatever.
Hey, Tom.
Eagle Splendor.
I could give you Bull Strength, which doubles your carrying capacity.
How long for?
Huh?
How long for?
An hour.
Hmm.
I could also use it on myself, and I just looked. That would give me a carrying capacity of 1,140 pounds.
Jesus Christ.
You know what
That's
to
a
do
lot
when
of
you
weight.
Find that. Find
Huh?
the dragon's hoard then, don't you?
Yeah, just pick it up. Walk away with it. Like fucking Armstrong from fucking FMA.
So,
Yeah.
look out for a nearest tavern.
Well, we have a guardian voice here that knows exactly where that would be.
I wonder where the nearest tavern would be.
Why are you talking out loud? He's right next to you.
He's
Do I
invisible.
know of a local tavern?
There's a couple about. There's the Palm Inn, which is in the Cross, which is typically being between the docks, Ghost Hook, and the Golden Garden, is generally a place of peace, and is commonly used when trying to negotiate between the three major powers.
I will
So
try. Yeah, let's head that way then.
Yeah, I like that one.
this place, yeah.
It's the cross.
What does it look like? What we talking here?
So it's sort of old English sort of frontage on a lot of the shops. Sort of a mixture of wood and white paint.
Because
the
all I
buildings
can
that go
imagine
around.
is Borealis. From
Oh,
WoW.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just sent a picture in the chat. Like a naval, like a maritime village kind of thing.
Yeah, that sort of thing. You would see sort of as you're making your way through the streets a little bit and having a look around, it doesn't seem like it's encircled by any walls. Although there is the smell of salt water on the air. So it's definitely a port town.
Yeah.
What's the town name again? Sorry.
Morstall.
Morstow. And the Palm. What's the Palm place called again? So Palm.
So there's the Palm Inn in
Palm
the Cross.
Inn. Yeah.
There's also the Tame Sea Dog down by the docks.
Sea Dog by Docks.
And the Cunning Horse, which is in Ghost Hook.
Morales. Okay. So what was the last one?
The Cunning Horse.
Cunning Horse. Right, would like to go to the Cross. Which way's the Cross?
South a little bit. You're sort of on a north-south road at the moment.
We'll head to the Cross and find the Palm Inn. Is it heavily guarded, this place?
You don't see any guards about.
The farmers probably look after this place.
Yeah.
So everyone's got an idea of what you're looking at.
Let's have a look.
The docks.
So is that where we are? I know we're in the Golden Garden, aren't we?
Yeah, I didn't think I
Yeah.
could say that on stream, Alex.
Yeah, it was best not to.
What? Don't.
I didn't. God. What did you take me for?
Okay, so yeah, we're headed across. Go to south.
With the invisible hand leading the way and sort of gently nudging occasionally down to some of the side streets.
Oh. Look like I walk into something. Ow! Oh, okay.
You can see at the north end of the town square, as you're sort of turning the corner, you see the sign for the Palm Inn. The other thing that you would note within the town square is an empty set of gallows that sits on the eastern side close to the docks.
Hope they remain empty.
Is there any like wanted posters or anything around?
Nothing posted up or any signboards or anything.
See like a 20-year-old Judas. Just a picture. Right. We'll head to the Palm Inn and we're going, if everyone's alright with that.
Mm-hmm.
You head over and you can see this is clearly one of the nicer parts of town. There's no sort of rubbish or debris sort of littered around the back alleys that go along the side of it. All the windows are relatively clean, not covered in smoke or broken in or anything. As you make your way in, there's a pretty reasonable amount of daylight coming through the windows. Definitely not as dingy or seedy as a lot of the places that you've been in. Around there are a lot of sort of rectangular tables, typically set for 4 or 6, lining the walls on each side, with a relatively clear central area with the bar opposite. You can see business seems to be slow. There's a large set of stairs next to the bar that leads up to what you assume would be the rooms of the inn.
Okay, cool.
See a couple of people behind the bar as you walk in.
So I'll ask the guys. They said, "What do you want to drink?" I'll go get them. If you want to take a seat, I'll bring them over.
Very kind of you.
We've had a good day. a good deed, so I feel good and giving and loving. So beers all around.
I'll have water.
Water. Actually, I don't
milk.
think I've ever seen you drink beer before, have I?
I've drunk like once.
Yeah. And you're wasted. I'm joking. Alright, okay. Alright, I head up to the bar. And wait until I get seen to, I suppose.
You wait a moment before a slightly older than middle-aged woman comes down towards you. Seems to be wearing simple clothes with sort of dark skin and blue eyes and sort of a wavy dark brown hair and a ponytail. She walks up towards you and says, "You new in town?"
Yeah, we are. We're travelling through. We're on. We're to seek a new dwelling for my friend who's just inherited it. So we're on our way through. So we thought we'd come in, stop by, and say hello, and taste the fine drinks that you have behind your bar.
She stands there, takes your orders for a moment, starts to pour around. Adventures, I take it then.
Yeah, we've been around. It's been a very busy few years, actually, to be honest. So obviously you tell we're new here. Where would I go to find out information on keeps? Is there any like document building, registered buildings or something like that?
Who's this friend then that's inherited something?
The Iscariot family. You heard of that name?
Can't say it rings a bell.
What about the Hurst Hold keep? Heard of that?
She's going to make a history check.
Natural 20. She knows everything.
Says, can't say as it rings a bell. Definitely no holds in town, at least.
Yeah, probably be out on the outskirts, probably.
Quite a spot of luck inheriting something around here.
Yeah. Okay. Just, do you know who's the mayor of this place or in charge of this place? Is there anyone
Sort of gives you a bit of a smile to. I don't know. With Okran's perception, he might not catch it, but
yeah.
a little bit of look of sort of curiosity and pity mixed into one. Says, "Oh no, we don't be doing with mayors around here. There's a few people that know what's what."
Ah. I suppose you can point me in their direction. It'd be nice to have a chat to see if we can find out if they know where this hold is. Save us walking aimlessly about.
What'd you say your name was?
I am Okran. Nice to meet you.
So, nods her head towards you. Says, Esme, if you want to hang around a while, I'll see if someone can be found.
Yes, please. That'd be very well. Thank you.
Make a perception check.
Yeah. All right. Sphere roll. Straight roll this time. Yes. 8.
She seems to have a little bit of a nervous tick as you sort of turn around with the drink. You just see her sort of wrapping her knuckles on the desk idly as she's thinking. Don't really think anything of it as you walk away towards the table.
No, that's cool. Is it busy in here by any chance? Is there any? I know you said it was quiet, but is there like people on tables?
There's one person sat over in a corner,
Yeah.
almost as far away from the front door as he can, but he's dressed in sort of dark sort of leather armour with a hood pulled over. Seems to be keeping to himself for the most part.
I'll raise a drink to him as I walk past. How much that cost me, by the way?
So what did you order?
3 ales and water.
So that would be around 6 copper.
No, it'd be 4 ales, sorry, and water, because it would have been Cranford would be with us, wouldn't he?
Yeah, so it's you, Theobald.
Oh wait, there's more. Shit, sorry. 5 ales and a water. There we go.
Dan, who did you buy drinks for?
All of us. Ah,
Including me?
yeah,
You bring back-
Including the invisible man?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
He has, yeah. Put him on the desk, on the table.
So how much was that? Sorry, Adam.
So it's 2 coppers an ale. The water would have been on the house.
Okay.
As you put the drinks down, I'm going to
10.
down the first one and go, thanks for that,
Silver.
and then I'm going to pick up the second one.
There we
I was
go.
gonna slide it in front of me and then just like maybe nurse it, but yeah, that was better.
Sorry. I'm going to talk to Tiny and just relay information to the table. He's amazed the lady behind the bar. She's very lovely. She hasn't heard of Hursthold, and definitely she hasn't heard of the Iscariot family.
I'm going to take note that she hasn't heard of those
Yeah.
and say, so you were asking after me.
Was I?
Well, I assume so. If did she bring it up?
She asked me who the inheritance was.
And did you say my name?
Nope.
Well, you did.
What do you mean I said your name?
His name.
Can I insight check this? Are you going to roll a deception against me, Dan?
I didn't say Judas.
Iscariot is his last name.
Yeah, and there could be loads.
That's his name still.
I'm dumb enough. All right.
So I assume you're going to tell me that you did say
Yes,
my name.
yeah, I did. I said that. Yeah. The Iscariot.
I will. I would say we might need to leave in a rush then.
I was just thinking, if she does not know where, then we should probably go to another inn, right?
Yes, let's.
Or even to another town, see if they know.
let's finish these drinks and try somewhere else.
Are you still invisible?
Yes.
I
Yeah, I'm
imagine
like,
we look
I'm like
horrible.
crouching down and whispering this between you two.
Right. I was like-
I imagine the Gorgle was like, finish drinks?
Krabs barely touched it, and Google just reaches over, takes it.
Yeah, we're just sliding them slowly around the table, and Gorgle just.
I'm going to have a quick look around to see if anyone's paying undue attention to us.
I'd probably do that as well, if I'm honest.
Okay, both make perception checks.
Because I know he's told me how dangerous this could be. 20 not natural, and he got a 26.
Looking around, there's definitely only one other patron, and it's a little early for a lot of people to be coming in here and taking drinks. You would know from your history that, as opposed to the other pair of taverns, this is mostly a clean business. So you wouldn't expect any sort of eyes in the wall or anything like that.
Yeah.
Left alone to your own devices for now.
I was hooked on the words "general place of peace in the cross." She said that she bring some people here and talk about it, but
Did she?
Mhm.
So she sent for people.
Mhm.
We should probably leave now then, just in case.
apparently knowledgeable people.
Well, we can stay and risk a fight. We may get some information if it's not a fight.
You're worried
as
about
you said,
you, yeah?
As you said that she said, this is not probably a structure that would be in this town.
It's on the outskirts, yeah.
Well, it might not even be here.
No, not in these walls.
The Verdant Isles is more than one island, as Tarkheim is.
Of course it is. It's 4 islands, isn't it?
Tarkheim
And this
is
is
the
just-
biggest of 8.
This is just one city on this island.
Yes.
You would know it is the major trade hub of the Verdant Isles. The
Is it the
Merchant.
anchor on the map?
the Merchants Guild that sort of operates out of there. does a lot of work, sort of shipping stuff between Eastern Odis, Ischios, and the Lapis Basin.
It might be worth us
I was-
asking in the Merchants
I was
Guild.
about to say, yes. I've had dealings with traders before. They know many things. I'm sure if any of these traders move across the land here, they would
Yeah.
know of a hold or a keep.
Yeah.
Let's head there. Judas, can you show us the way?
Yes, of course.
Very quietly, obviously, saying your name.
Yeah. Then we'll.
Judas!
And then, like the one man stops and looks.
One man stops, just stares at us, and like 15 other guys come out of the woodwork.
He just
Yeah, we'll
sat there,
start
sort of
heading out.
reaching around you and going, "Judas, where have you gone?
Judas, are you invisible?
I can't see you again, damn it!"
Let me cast a spell magic on you again.
I just stood there like, shit.
You fucking dickhead. Right, yeah, let's head out.
Yeah, I'll get up and like,
Although it is going to be a little suspicious.
yeah,
to
again,
then
be kind of like leading the way and turning Okran so he's facing the right direction.
Half pulling on the hems of the clothing to try and get him, but without trying to make it look like these hems are just magically being pulled into the air.
It's like,
for no reason.
it's like
Yeah.
Ratatouille all over again.
You get up and you can see Esme behind the bar, sort of just wiping some of the glasses behind there, sort of nods towards you as you get up and start to head out.
I'll like raise about and wave, and I'll say, we have a friend in town we're just going to see first. We'll probably be back later. If you can apologize to your friends for us.
I was going to say she didn't mention anything about it.
Do you need directions? I know you're new in town.
I'm sure our friend will be able to help, if we can find them, that is. Thank you.
Half smiles and just sort of watches you leave.
As we get outside, I'll explain that the Merchants' Quarter will be roughly where we came from.
Yeah. We'll go look for a merchant guild house or something.
You head up, and it's not hard to start seeing the more well-kept parts of town. Shortcutting through some of the cross rather than taking the main roads. You get the idea that it's not sort of several sets of guilds, as each of the sort of small estates seems to be running a same sigil close to their doors, which would be that of the High Waters Trading Company. There's several estates around, some with carts in the courtyard, some with low walls, and some quite clearly behind a large wall with nearly a not quite city gate set into a wall, but sort of definitely a large entrance that's barred from easy access.
Is there any person that looks like he's important holding a parchment, reading books? I don't know.
We'll go to the guild house, right?
Yeah.
Or one of them. Does Judas know
Okay.
of like a main hub where we
Yeah,
might
there's
inquire?
a few sort of warehouses and yards that would be sort of central storage areas outside of the estates, where you're usually likely to find one or the other major merchant trying to speed their particular shipments above others.
Then yeah, we'll try and head in that direction.
Yeah.
We should probably inquire as to someone who knows, if they know someone who knows the Verntiles themselves quite well first. And then ask that person in particular, maybe.
Yeah.
Make an investigation check as you're looking around.
You want me to roll it?
Yeah, whoever's sort of keeping an eye out and trying to find it.
Okay. 29.
You come to sort of the entranceway of what looks like a large courtyard in front of a warehouse, where the walls, instead of sort of solid walls to any sort of specific height, is sort of a couple of feet of brick wall with iron iron fencing set on top, which sort of goes up to about sort of 7 or 8 feet. You can see the iron gates a little ways away, and they seem to be swung open with several carts in the main courtyard, with people rushing around trying to load boxes and crates and barrels onto the carts. You can see you're sort of in the eastern side of Golden Garden, and looking more towards the docks and the ports. You can see a couple of people amongst them that are particularly well dressed in sort of the finer clothing that you've seen. You can see probably 3 distinct groups amongst these, all that are sort of trying to get loaded up and to get underway, trying to hurry the people around that are loading the carts themselves. On the left, you would see on the sort of crates and barrels what looks like a writing that says Gordon's. On the center one, there would be Hendrik, and on the one on the right, there would be Koval, which is Koval.
I just want you to know, Adam, I do understand that reference.
The reference there?
Yeah, the name Gordon is part of my backstory.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
I do this weird thing where I remember my backstory.
How unusual.
As you see them all sort of milling about and talking to each other, is there anything you'd like to do?
And then nudge Okran.
Yeah, we're just going to go up to the finely clothed gentleman.
Okay, there's a few about. The one near the Gordons one looks like quite young, human, sort of early 20s probably. The other two seem a little plumper and a little more set in their years.
How far apart are they?
They're all sort of loading out of the same warehouse. Each group's maybe sort of 25 feet away from the other.
I'm going to go up
Saying
to...
this- Go ahead.
I'll go up to the middle one. So that'll be Hendrik, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm hoping that when I talk, the other two may be able to hear me as well. So I'll go up to him and I'll go, is it morning still?
Yeah, it's still morning.
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Look over towards you and you can see them quickly take stock of the quite lavish, for commoners at least, appearance with the plate armor and the magical items. Sort of look over with some interest. Good morning.
Morning. We're just landed on Tarkheim. Not Tarkheim, Verdant Isles. Fuck, sorry. On Verdant Isles. We're looking for a certain keep, and I'm wondering the best people that may know where this keep is would be merchants. So, are you familiar with Verdant Isles at all? Do you know the area well?
looks at the other two and sort of gestures you in a little closer.
Mhm.
Says, why, of course. Where are you headed?
Well, we're heading to Hurst Hold. Have you heard of it?
Make an insight check as he starts to...
Would I be able to
Test
get in on
logs.
that, or
Yeah, you can, yeah, if you're sort of close enough.
yeah?
I think they all would be. 17.
16.
You both get the impression that this guy is not particularly full of intrigue, as he gives quite a noticeable look towards Koval to his left,
What if I pull out a couple of gold?
as he
Does he change then?
just sort of looks with a little bit of a mocking look at the
Fuck, alright.
pitiful offering that you've taken out.
Should I give him
Says,
more? I don't know.
Wait.
Yeah.
In truth, I mostly go down to the basin, but I heard Koval ran a ship towards that way.
Which direction is it?
It's west on Kant's Isle, but it's not visited very frequently.
Kant's Isle, yeah.
Kanse.
Who said that? Was that Hendrik?
That was Hendrik, yeah.
So I'll look at Koval and say, have you seen this hold, my friend? On the Kent's Isle?
He sort of nods his head up towards the group and says,
We're travellers looking for a hold. And I heard that you're knowledgeable in that general area. Have you seen a hold called the Hurst Hold? I'm shouting as if he's like deaf.
Never heard of it, good chap.
Never?
Not
Is
once.
he bullshitting us?
I was going to say, yeah.
Make an insight check for him.
We're both on fucking fire.
I'd say Judas could make an insight check as well, sort of keeping an eye on this conversation. But both Tiny and Okran would definitely believe him.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
Judas is quick enough to notice the subtle thieves' cant acknowledgement and the quite quick sort of taking in of the two plate mail clad paladins of justice.
So
Along
he
with
thinks
the-
that we're too good.
For that information,
He
yeah.
thinks that our group is good people and he doesn't want to get involved with them, kind of thing.
Yes, no, that he's maybe he knows a little bit more, but he's very blatantly just sort of denying any knowledge at all.
Oh, I
Um,
believe him.
I'm gonna, because I assume I'm standing a little bit away here anyway. So I'm gonna like nudge Gorgon and say, he's lying.
I'm gonna turn
Yeah.
to the Hendrik guy, the first guy. Sorry. You said the hold though was on Kant's Isle.
You and Corval.
As far as I know, I've never been there myself or chartered any ships, but
How do you know it's on there?
How far away is Kant's Isle from this island?
maybe 3 days sail, 4 with the wind poor.
Gorgamore is gonna let out a big stretch and say, "God, this coin purse is getting heavier and heavier. If only I could unload some to someone who could give us some good directions."
And I put my 2 gold back in my pocket.
I actually love that so much.
You can see Hendrik sort of wring his hands a little bit and say, I'm sure I could find a captain that could lead you over to Kansal at least. I'm not sure where, but I could find someone for you.
Adam, how far can we move with Mist Walking a day?
So it's about 100 miles, which would be about the same distance that a ship can cover in a day.
In a day?
Yeah.
How far are these islands apart?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
300 miles ish.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
So yeah, we'd need to take a ship then.
On the map, which one is it? Is it middle? Yeah, that one. Okay.
What was the name of the guy that we thought was lying again?
Corval.
Corval. So has he offered any more after Gorgon was
He seems to
bribery?
be sort of busying himself with the carts and taking a much more hands-on approach than he was before you arrived. Sort of checking the straps on the donkeys and making sure all the crates are definitely knocked down. And it's only sort of a few moments before he starts to head back towards the warehouse.
I'm gonna say, it's amazing how heavy 50 gold can be.
See Hendrik sort of screw his face up a little bit and say, well, that's not going to charge much of a ship for you, I'm afraid, friend.
Oh no, we have extra for that instead. I'm just thinking of a nice tip for the information.
Does it look like that guy's actually going into the warehouse?
Yeah, he seems to be sort of making a bit of distance between himself and the group.
I'm going to follow him in.
So
If he goes in, I'm going to have a look around and see if there's other people in there, or if it's just me and him.
Okay, as you sort of make your way in, you can see there's a lot of sort of what look like mostly dock workers, sort of loading and moving around crates and barrels amongst the warehouse. You can see him sort of slip in the main entrance and head almost directly to the right, sort of following the wall. You can see what looks like a set of small buildings within the warehouse. He seems to be heading to one that has the Koval name etched above the door.
I'm going to keep following him.
As you sort of follow him in the room, make a stealth check. As he sort of goes through and he starts to close the door behind himself, but he's not done it particularly quickly.
Advantage, because I'm invisible.
Yeah, you can definitely slip in before he's able to close it.
Not 20. For a 36.
You can see there seems to be quite a high up window in here, sort of letting some light in, but nothing at ground level to let anyone actually see what's going on inside. Once the door's closed, you are quite alone with him.
I'm going to grab him and shove him up against the wall. And I'm going to turn invisible, obviously, as I do that, because I'll be doing an action.
Make an intimidation check.
boo.
Team.
Who the fuck are you?
Just someone who doesn't like being lied to.
I'm not someone that likes being manhandled.
Well, I shall let you sit down and take it comfortably and we can have a conversation. I'm going to let go of him.
Sort of dusts off his collars. Gives you what he believes is a withering look. You can see it is a little shaken as he moves over and sits on one of the chairs. Says, does Murphy know you're here?
No. Say Murphy?
Yeah.
I don't recognise that name. He does not.
Make a history check.
Intelligence rolls.
Yeah, you don't recognise the name. It says, Well, you best hope you leave town quick then, before he catches wind of this.
I plan to. I just need that information on Hurst Hold on the Can's Islands.
Then you're best off asking Murphy.
And where will I find him?
He's down dockside. Ask
And-
for him in the Thames Sea Dog. He won't be far.
Oh, I don't know this Murphy. What can you tell me about him?
Well, some say he's heartless, but I don't quite believe that.
How, what position does he hold? Who is
He's
he?
the head of House Aspis. Which you would recognise as being the primary competitor to the Iron Outlaws and Gabriel's outfit.
So is it like a criminal organization? Like a
Yeah.
they're not good people.
No.
Okay. But hey, that other ship captain we hired, he was turned out to be an okay guy. And you believe this Murphy will know where Hursthold is and be able to get us there?
If you've got the talents for it.
The talents. Why would we need talents?
You would recognise that talents are some of the criminal currency
Oh, okay.
that operate in Millstow.
So basically the coin.
Yeah.
There. Okay, that's fair enough. How much do you think this endeavour would cost us?
To Hursthold, he's got a
Mhm.
vested interest. It'd have to be a high price.
Why does he have a vested interest?
So, looks around and says, if you want to know how to go there, Murphy's your guy. I'm not here to spill his secrets.
But you're scared of this Murphy?
There's only a few in Moorstale that aren't,
Okay. Well,
if they're smart enough to know him.
you've already spilled quite a few of his secrets. You've told me his location, who he is, how to find him. So I'll be sure to tell him how verbal you were about him. Or you could just tell me why he has a vested interest, and I'll keep your name out of my mouth.
And why should I believe you're not just going to tell him I told you that too?
Because I'm a man of my word.
Make a persuasion check.
Judas the Loyal.
23.
Thinks to himself for a moment and says, I think you could convince a cat to skin itself for you. We ran a ship for him not too long ago. He tried to bloody Gabriel's nose. Word is he's lost quite a few of his following.
So he's weak at the moment and worried that some may take that as an advantage to attack him.
They've been competing for years over some of the places around here. I don't think Gabriel's about done, but he's definitely weaker than he was a few months ago.
Well, luckily I'm no friend of Gabriel's, so I can be a friend of Murphy's.
So you've heard of Gabriel then?
I've
Not of
heard of
Murphy.
Gabriel, but not of Murphy. I have a bad memory.
Heard he lost his best farmer a couple of fishers too, and a carpenter, a mason and a tanner. A wide crew, up and left.
Yes, I did hear that he lost some friends. But I'm sure he's still as scary as ever.
As vicious as ever, I think.
Yes, indeed. But you have my word, I will not mention your involvement to Murphy.
What's your name?
Oh, my name's Brutus.
Brutus Maximus Aurelius.
Take out 10 gold, drop on the table for him.
Gives it a half glance over and says, "Get the fuck out, Brutus."
I'm going to let him watch me walk out the door and close it, then I'm going to turn invisible again.
Okay. And you can see the workers around the warehouse far too busy to be sort of paying any attention, and quickly turn invisible before you start heading back out. What conversation would everyone else like to be having?
Oh, we're going to try and organise a boat, aren't we?
With the merchant outside.
We're going to try and organise a boat, aren't we?
I think that's the plan.
Yeah. So we said that he can help us. How much would it cost?
So to charter a ship for sort of 4 or 5 days would cost about 600 gold.
Look at Tiny. What was that?
You said it was a 3-day trip?
About that.
3 or 4, depending on the weather.
Doesn't matter to me.
I think we should get there. We have other means of getting back.
Tiny, make a perception check.
Oh. Fucking 12.
Out of the corner of your eye, you see a peculiar tiny bird flittering out of a window and sort of flying towards the docks.
Does see anything on it?
Doesn't seem to be carrying anything, although as it sort of catches your eye and you sort of have a look at it, it's gone before you sort of get your wits enough to realise that it seems to be made out of paper as it's flittering along. As you finish making arrangements with Hendrik.
That's something you don't see every day.
Judas, you would be sort of joining them now. They're trying to charter a ship towards Kant's Isle.
And has this guy said that he knows where it is?
Not that he knows where Hursthold is specifically, but he's going to try and find a captain that can take you to Kant's Isle at least.
I will. Is Gorgamore still like away from the conversation with those? Like,
He'd
a
probably
step
be
back
back.
a little bit. Yeah. So I'll explain to Gorgamore that I found information on someone who should know where it is. It's a man named Murphy, who's in the Thames Sea dockside.
Tom may not be there.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Does Tiny mention that little bird thing?
Mm-hmm. That's something you don't see every day.
I will try and can I get close enough to like whisper into his ear without the strangers around noticing?
Yeah, the group has sort of decided
Yeah.
whether they want to spend the money at the moment, so they'll have taken a step away from the merchant.
I'll ask him which window it came from.
He points a
I've
little
been
ways.
things for ages, and I didn't realise that my bloody microphone was off.
Would you like to recap what you were saying?
I think it's probably a bit late now.
I
You murdered everyone.
I was suggesting while we're in the keep, what we should do.
I said to the group that after Judas had said that to me, I just say to the group that I think maybe we could charter a ship for less somewhere else, and maybe we should go and weigh our options.
Yeah. Does that building that Tiny pointed out, was that the building I'd just come from?
Yeah, it was from the side of the warehouse.
Okay.
Tiny wouldn't have caught quite how far along it sort of came out of.
Yeah.
It seemed to flitter past the building and caught his eye.
Okay. So I'll tell the group obviously what I just discussed with that guy. Explain that he told me about Murphy. That that he has a vested interest in that. But we should go and speak to him because he may know where it is and he may be able to get us there. But obviously we need to be careful because that may have been some way he's just found out what we'd already discussed. I don't know. I've never seen a bird made of paper before, so I don't know the implications.
I have no idea. It's very strange.
Yeah. So I'll suggest we head that way.
And he's, this better than us.
How much was this guy offering for the ship, by the way?
600.
600 gold?
Mhm.
That's cheap. We'll see how much Murphy's got to offer, especially if he knows actually where it is. I say offer, I mean ask for. Yeah, so we will head. Do we know where the tame sea dog is?
You would, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll head to that then.
You wave farewell to the merchant, who's a little sad to see you go, but not terribly put out as he finishes loading up some of the crates onto the cart, or watches people doing it at least. As you start to head over towards dockside, you head south to the cross and then sort of east until you can see what looks in the gently sloping hill downwards, the sea before you, and the sound of seagulls.
I will, on the walk, I will explain to the group that Murphy is similar to Maria, so we need to be careful what we say.
Oh, really?
She's a nice lady. I like her.
Oh,
Exactly. Very nice and very friendly, as long as we don't cross them.
Heading along, there are more than a couple of times where there's a little sort of subconscious alertness that comes to the back of your mind, Judas, as you would know Dockside as part of House Aspis, part of their stronghold, and there's more than a few times where you're sort of walking down a little bit of an alleyway and there's a fair few windows above you, a tight alleyway, the perfect place for an ambush of some sort. But invisible and with your compatriots around, you sort of managed to walk through without any issue.
Have we seen any like fights on the street or anything?
You're sort of sticking to the way that Judas is leading you. So there's no open brawls going on in the streets at all. You can have a look around if you want, and so try and look down a few of the side alleys, see what you can catch a glimpse of.
It was just get an idea of what this place is like. Well, I've only heard it from words.
Yeah,
Make an investigation or a perception check, your choice.
Investigation. 22.
You would see sort of taking a small divert down one of the alleys, just sort of seeing what's behind this small street that you're walking down. Seems to be a bit further on, but there's someone that's been pinned to the wall with a couple of crossbow bolts and has just sat there.
Oh, God. Is it? Oh, that's off our track, yeah?
Yeah, that's sort of, you just sort of taken a little, ducked your head sort of 5 or 6 feet down, looked back the way you came down this sort of parallel street, and down the end, sort of amidst a couple of crates stacked against a wall. Just behind you can see this sort of head lolled, pinned against the wall.
I'll point it out to Tiny and Google
It's okay, the crossbow bolts are just through his clothes.
Okay.
You're just going to hear a chuckle from next to you.
God.
I'm going to say it's fine. He was a Nuala follower. As long as no one here follows Nuala, we'll be fine.
You're not funny, Brutus.
Very racist. We'll continue leading the way.
Okay, you head down and you head towards the sort of the main frontage of the docks. You can see the piers with several ships docked on them. As you sort of look a little south, you'd know the Thames Sea Dog is a little way along the seafront, and then back up a little. This is the easiest sort of, the cleanest path to it at least. As you start heading towards it as a group, we're going to take a break, get a drink.
Yeah, I need a wee wee.
Yep.
Okay.
Alright, we'll take a quick 5 minutes.
Back in 5.
Yeah, back in
Right.
5. We're coming back. How is everyone? Well, how's everyone? We're just having a drink, bladder break. Just waiting for the party to come back. We're going to get back into the game. So, who is in here with us today? Hello, guys. Right, so just want to let you guys know that we have something called the interactive chat, and that means that you can build up your channel points, and you can spend them channel points to either mess with the players or mess with the DM. They're pretty cool, I'll be honest with you. You can add dice rolls to their rolls. You can add all sorts of stuff. Tomorrow we're going to open up some Pokemon. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 13 Darkness Ablaze and 2 Realm Clashes. Just waiting for all the players to return and we'll go on. If you want to find out a bit more information about me, head on over to my website at www.comgamewithbulverik.com. We're planning on a big box opening of Pokemon at the end of the month. We've got Cyberpunk 2020 roleplay game tomorrow evening.
Right.
So walking down dockside, you can see more than a few ships moored off the pier. And sort of heading a little way along, you can see set back up a little bit from the main dockside frontage. The tame sea dog. Not outwardly like dilapidated or like an exceedingly rough area, but definitely a few more people about. You can see a couple of sailors passed out just a little way down the alleyway. And while the windows aren't broken, some of them have got sort of the bottom parts boarded up as a precaution. And you can see a nice level of soot on sort of the top of the windows as you're looking at it.
What a lovely place.
Hmm.
Why would there be soot build up on the windows?
Fireplaces inside.
Sort of in the rim of the top of the window against the glass.
Okay. You heading inside?
Is this where they said he was?
Go in then.
Okay.
Really, Dan, you do remember you're leading us, right?
Yeah.
Totally.
So we're going
Sit
into
up
the
in
tavern.
Yeah, heading towards the tavern at the moment.
Okay.
What was the name of the tavern?
The tavern is called. I've got it. Yeah, hang on. Tame Sea Dog.
Is that right?
Yep. And we're looking for
Is
a
that where they
guy
said he
named
was?
Murphy in the Tame Sea Dog.
For some reason, I thought they said he was on a ship.
God, Alex, your notes. Come on.
There aren't any.
Do you like see people get beat up and thrown out the door or something?
No, nothing quite so outlandish as that. But as you sort of walk up and open the door and make your way in, you can see there's a lot less natural light coming in than when you were in the Palm Inn. You can sort of see a healthy cloud of smoke sort of in the upper rafters of the room. And around you as you sort of walk in, there's a smell that sort of crosses your nose of not quite kosher smoke.
God. We're going to get high. Is it busy?
There's a few people about, yeah. It's not heavingly busy, but there's a few tables where people are playing cards, passing the time with a drink between them.
We'll go up to the bar, I suppose, and start there.
You make your way along, give the barkeep a nod.
We stand out like a sore thumb, right?
Yeah, there's not many people wearing plate armor outside of yourselves.
Hello, sir.
I think we need to get you a change of clothes.
Yeah, a nightwear. I mean,
Right. Walking in your jammies.
We'll get you a nice evening gown.
Sort of grunts towards you as you come over.
morning, sir. Can we have 5 ales and a water,
I didn't
please.
catch that. Please say that again.
Yeah. He starts to walk over and starts to pour from some dirty looking keg behind him. Pours 5 mugs of ale, starts sliding them over towards you.
How much would that be, sir?
Turn gobber.
Give him a silver. I suppose you know where Murphy is, do you?
Takes a moment, sort of looks over the group.
I was told he's got good information on somewhere that we're looking for.
Judas, you'd notice gentle tapping from behind the bar.
What's it saying?
Just the trying to figure out if people are in the know.
I'm going to discreetly tap back while still being invisible then. That we're here friendly.
Do I look like I'm tapping?
Do any of us have our hands on the
yeah,
bar?
yeah.
That sounds like you know, under the bar, because it's like, you know what a bar looks like,
Yeah.
so under it. So
Yep.
it would look like any one of us could have done it.
That's what I'm wondering, if it's just Okran on his own or like.
And I think we're all up there as a group, aren't we?
Yeah, you'd have gone up there as a group, I imagine.
Yeah, because I haven't found a seat yet. So yeah, so it will just be the tap in reply from the group. So we may not know which one of us did it, but it'll get the answer.
You friends of Murphy's?
I've never met him, but I was told that he's very good. He's got very good knowledge of the area. We'll obviously pay for the information. I don't suppose.
Lets out a little chuckle. Nods over towards one of the tables, sort of about a little ways along the wall away from the fireplace. It says, that's Murphy's table there.
Thank you, sir. And I'll hand the drinks out to everyone. Gorgomore gets 2.
I was waiting to see how long that would take you.
I realised when I ordered it, but yeah.
Thank you.
Oh no, you get 6 drinks. At the end of this bar crawl, Gorgomore's going to be
I'm gonna
limping.
whisper to Tiny. I'm gonna whisper to Tiny. I could get used to this.
The table, is he on his own or is he with people?
There's no one there at the moment. As you look over, it just seems to be sort of a booth-style desk outside of the wall.
Is there an empty table elsewhere?
There's a couple of empty tables around it.
Because I don't think I'd be polite to sit at his table, as I've been politely told that's his table. Unless we're supposed to sit at his table, and I'm talking out loud, by the way. Look, are we supposed to sit there and who turns up? What do you reckon, Tiny?
Let's take a seat.
Take a seat. At what table? Because I still don't know. His table. Oh, okay.
We're looking for him.
Yeah. Okay, we'll sit at his table then. Why do people not like us when we walk into places like this?
Because you give off a holier than thou aura.
But this,
I don't know what you're on about. We walked in, we got drinks. He answered our questions.
with a lot
I'm
of
going
sti-
to have a look around the room, see if anyone's watching us.
Make a perception check.
I was going to say eyes. Eyes, Tiny.
30.
There's definitely more than a couple of groups that have noticed the table that you're sitting at. Not necessarily sort of avidly watching the table, but definitely noting the two plate mail clad fighters, the guy wearing a crown and the half giant.
Gonna nick the first beer and start drinking the other one normally.
Sort of neck the first one, and it's a very salty taste to it.
Oh, God. Oh.
Bit grainy.
That's not a glass in your hand.
It may be see-through.
I
Quite a nice beer. You get to chew it at the end.
Oh. Why? Have I got like a purify spell or something?
Fuck.
I think you need a mind wipe spell.
Yeah, remove memory.
Modify memory.
You ever
I
talk
will
about that spell?
suggest to Okran that it might be worth asking if the barman knows when Murphy will return. Or if he knows if there's a way to reach him, rather than just sit at this table for possibly days.
Do you want some more of your chewable beer? Or ale?
Good for you. Put hairs on your chest.
I'll get some more.
I'll walk up right next to him.
I'll go back up to the barkeep. And get his attention.
So that's a half huff of annoyance out as he walks over towards you.
I'll have another round, please.
Starts pouring the drinks. Thirsty friends you've got there.
We've been travelling for a long time, and we're new here, obviously, as you can tell, and we're looking for Murphy. So why not? Why not enjoy ourselves, eh? Do you know when he'll be back? Do you know how we can reach him? We don't really want to be sit there for days.
Looks over towards you as you take a couple of the beers and says, he's not the kind of guy you find.
He finds us, I take it.
Nods his head slowly.
Okay. If you can politely ask him if you know him, or if you see him, then we're going to be waiting here patiently. Thank you.
Finishes pouring the last beer and says, I don't think you want to be on the list of his priorities. It won't be long.
Oh, okay. A busy man. No, not a problem. I'll give him a silver. I was going to say, may the Wildler bless you, but then I realised I better stop, and then I walk down to the table and sit down.
Is that maybe I'll go?
Yeah, that's it. May, and he looks at me, I'm like, yeah, alright. There you go, Gorgie. A couple more.
Chewable beer.
Plunks 5 more ales on the table as Tiny, Caranth and Theobald have been nursing theirs quite lightly.
I'm just gonna casually say you don't have to buy an entire round of drinks when you speak to someone.
It's alright. Is there like a gentleman next to me?
Theobald?
No, off the table.
There's a table that's not too far away from you, yeah.
How many people's on that table?
It looks like a pair just sort of sitting.
I take two bit ales. I take 2 ales to their table and go, enjoy. I bought too many.
One of them looks over and says, "You're not my type, friend. Walk away."
No, I'm walking away. It was just a friendly gesture.
As Okran sits down, I'm just going to say, like a little hushed, not the town to do stuff like that in.
There was always a time. There'll be a day when Noala is not here anymore, when I won't be doing that anymore.
What?
Exactly.
What? You're expecting
Plan on dying?
what?
What?
No, you plan on Noala dying?
No. When
You
she
just
did,
said-
when she goes, right, I will then stop. When
What
hell
do you mean when she
freezes,
goes?
basically when hell freezes over.
So when hell freezes over, you'll stop hitting on random guys at bars.
That was not hitting on random guys at bars. It was a friendly gesture.
Yes, I don't think he appreciated it.
What, free beer? Oh, okay. But everyone has their own opinion. Maybe they don't like to be charitable.
Maybe they don't like those chewy beers.
Yeah, we seem to be getting the chewable ones. Everyone else seems to be alright.
Speak for yourself.
Salty.
That's the problem when, you miserable establishments like this. I'll say that quietly. Spread the cheer. Spread the love. I assume that you've got your beady eyes looking out for him.
Yep.
Are we in any problem? Have we got any problem?
We are here to see this individual because he might know more.
Yes, apparently.
Would it not bode well just to charter a ship over there and try to find it, or?
Oh, I've been informed that he knows where this place is. And he
Okay.
has a vested interest in it somehow.
Yeah.
So even if we find another way there, I would like to know what his vested interest is.
Yeah.
True.
Brutus told us that.
Mm-hmm.
He just told us that again.
Mm. Do we not like scry on it or something?
I don't know what it is.
Was there any magics that could guide us to it? I don't know.
Not that I know.
Yeah, we don't know the place well enough to even try, I think. We don't have anything that's ever come from there. All we know is the name and what isle it's on. An isle that
I
we've
assume
never
you're
been
talking
to.
about Find the Path,
Yeah.
which I don't think I get. Oh no, I do get. I have to be familiar with.
Right. Just realised I got a bloody great big battering shield on my back.
Not subtle.
So we got
Definitely
I
describes
mean,
like
I've got the Great Club of Farrog on my back.
yeah, I was going to
so-
say you got two big ass giants and two plate mail wearing with big weapons.
You've got
Yeah.
7'8" me sitting at a normal fucking table.
we stand out.
It's actually a pub of storm giants.
It's
We're all really small.
just a pub of 5 foot people. Hello. It's just dawned on me how fucking tall or like Tiny is. Holy fuck.
yeah, like
It's like nearly 2 feet taller than me in real life.
yeah. I don't think he'd fit in the ceilings of my house.
Yeah, same.
How tall are you,
Fuck.
Alex?
I'm like 5'11".
Are you
6
really?
foot. Yeah. What do you mean, bitch?
I thought we were about the same height.
What are you?
5'8".
You're exactly 2 foot shorter. How tall are you, Dan?
I am 6'2".
He's nearly...
Sure you're 5'11", Alex?
Yes. Unless my fat has shrunk me.
I've shrunk.
Dragged me down.
I wish I'd shrunk, like, width-wise.
Looks at empty pizza box, burger box.
I had a pizza.
I did not have pizza.
I had fish and chips, homemade.
Adam is sad.
So has anyone come in?
After a few minutes of sort of drinking your drinks and figuring out whether to just charter a ship or not, you see from behind the bar what looks like a male high elf wearing some sort of academic robes. Comes out from behind the bar and starts to walk over towards the table.
Academic
Hi, Al.
robes.
Is it coloured robes like we know from the mages?
Doesn't seem to be of any distinct, like white, black, or red.
Magi. Okay.
Does
No.
he have any emblems?
You sort of give him a quick look over. Doesn't seem to be carrying anything. Make a insight check as he's walking along.
But does he look like a bitch?
It looks like more of a scholar.
Say, does he look like a bitch?
Yeah.
What
What does
like a
Marcellus
bitch?
Wallace look like? Does he look like a bitch?
Looking and sort of gauging his walk in this sort of town, you would get sort of the impression that there's definitely at least a couple of concealed weapons and probably some armor underneath that clothing.
Fancy.
So he's a fancy bitch.
Is that Phil?
He's half elven, not high elven. As he
It's all the same to Kokomo.
walks towards the table, he gestures Okran to shuffle over slightly.
I'll shuffle over slightly.
He sits down at the table, so looks around. You can see he's sort of trying to get a read on each of you in turn.
I let him.
You let him get reached.
I'll
Oh
let
my
him.
god. How arrogant. I let him look at me.
I've sat with Maria, and you said he's kind of like Maria. I ain't saying shit first.
Sits at the table and looks at each of you in turn and just waits.
I'm going to have to say something.
We don't know if it's Murphy. Is someone going to ask him that maybe?
Yeah, I was going to.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello.
Just looks towards you.
Are you
Are
the
you the
famous Murphy?
Slowly shakes his head slightly.
turn to Okran? Not really a name I would see on a high elf. What is your name, friend?
I am Sontar.
Hello, Sontar.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you, do you work with Murphy?
From time to time. Why do you wish to see him?
Well, we're travellers. We've just arrived in the Verdant Isles. We're looking for a keep. We were told Murphy knows a lot about the Verdant Isles, and forwarded to this tavern, this fine establishment. And we're here to see if he knows what this keep is. I've got beer, ale, so help yourself. Plenty of it.
Just sort of looks down towards the beer and turns his nose up slightly.
Yeah.
And where in the Verdant Isles do you wish to go?
Well, we're looking for a keep called Hurst Hold. And apparently he knows where that is.
He might do. He might not. Why do you wish to go?
Well, we just inherited it. We want to go and have a look.
You've inherited Hursthold.
We have, yeah.
Owners might have some issue with that.
Well, I'm sure that if we've inherited something, the owners are no longer.
Sorry.
Okay.
The message to Judas, it was a letter, right?
Yeah.
Would I have access to it right now? Like, would I have it? So we could maybe use it while we were talking, while Judas was hidden?
Yeah, you could have put it into the bag of holding at some point in
What
preparation for this.
What
if
were
you
its
want.
wording? What did it say exactly?
I can't remember if I sent you the actual letter or not.
Don't think you did.
Dear
Can't
Judas,
believe it's not butter.
we love you so much. We wish you to come home.
Dear Judy, we ain't seen you in years.
Now we've passed on to the afterlife. We're going to leave you with our beloved keep and everything
And it just
inside
says
it.
Judy Iscariot by accident. It's not actually his.
Yeah.
It's like a distant cousin, twice removed or some shit.
Lots of love, Ma and Pa.
Ma and Pa.
So it was written by someone that used to know Judas's father, apparently. It's for the attention of Judas Iscariot, and it details that he has been searching for Judas for a while and has tried to contact him to ensure that his inheritance goes to the right person.
Does it have a name of that bloke?
It doesn't.
Does it say where to find him, or just that he has been trying to get into contact with him?
Just that he's been trying to get into contact with him.
Shit.
Well,
Okay.
well, Sonta, we had a letter.
I won't have got the letter out.
Yeah, explaining that an individual of the family, so someone close to the family, is looking for us.
A friend of ours, an acquaintance,
An acquaintance.
wants to see that the inheritance goes to the right hands.
Yeah.
We merely came to inquire on his behalf.
Who is your friend? Who might be trying to inherit such a keep when it's owned by another?
Give me 10 seconds.
Who owns it? Who owns it right now? Do you know?
It is currently being reclaimed by another.
Reclaims.
Reclaimed.
So, I don't know the laws of this place, but does that mean that they now own that place, or just
So
squatting?
they are taking it.
They are the first person to show interest in it in a long time.
But what about if the true owner comes back? Surely they should have can't say. First dibs over it. Sorry, I couldn't say it. President.
Right, we're pausing now, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
What word are you trying to say, Dan?
President.
Precedence.
Precedence.
Prevalence.
So, English, I don't speak it.
English ain't so good.
If you find a court of law that will uphold that. Otherwise it's the common law.
Like
And
I said,
what would the common law be?
I was going to say, we don't know. What is it?
The law of the wilds, by any chance? The biggest is the
Sure.
best?
Until it isn't.
Well then,
I didn't hear that, sorry.
it's yours until it isn't.
So maybe we should go and have a chat with these people. Where's this keep then? Because you know you're talking about it. Whereabouts is it? But I would really like to go talk to these people.
These people don't wish to talk to you.
But I really want to talk to them.
And you do not wish to tell us the name of the person who is wishing to claim it or take it?
Make a persuasion check.
Damn it. I was trying to get to that point.
I mean,
Say it
you,
then,
you asked it a
motherfucker.
few minutes ago, Dan. They just breezed past it.
15.
Well, thinks to himself for a moment and says, old enemies, now friends. 3 talents.
3 what?
Talents.
What is a talent?
I was... Sort of looks over towards the bar at the moment and says, I was told you were of the honest craft.
We
I'm gonna like cough whilst they've been invisible. And then see how.
What
he
direction
reacts.
are you to him?
I'm just kind of like stood. I'll be facing him, so but across the table, but I'm stood up. I mean, I'm still invisible, but he'll know someone is there.
Thinks to himself for a moment. Says, perhaps I was misinformed, and looks towards the rest of the people at the table and says, perhaps I should discuss this with someone else.
I'm gonna say friends and enemies of who?
I've got food still.
Former enemies of ourselves. Former friends of Gabriel's. Friends of ours now and enemies of Gabriel's.
Are you talking about his workers that left?
Someone knows a little more than I had thought.
Indeed. And if they are taking my keep, they must be enemies of myself.
And who exactly would that be?
The owner of the keep. Or do you not know whose property you steal?
Strange name to be claiming inheritance in these lands.
So you steal property of someone unknown? That is not very wise.
I've stolen nothing.
Your associates, your friends, have.
They have done what they wish to do.
Well, I am back now to claim my property. And you can tell them that Judas has returned and will be collecting his keep.
Is that something that would interest this Murphy fellow into talking with us? Himself?
At this point, I'll probably appear as well, by the way.
So you sort of appear and sit down at the table.
Yeah.
That Judas.
The one and only.
You have balls the size of boulders.
I like to think so.
I don't know what trick you use to not appear, whether you have learned some magics in your trips. I would reuse it if I were you.
I wouldn't use it, you say?
I would reuse it. There is quite a price on your head.
Yes, but...
Oh, how much?
25 talents alive. 20 if he's dead.
Judas, what is a talent to one of the yellow things?
Yeah, what is the exchange rate?
A talent to gold.
There's not really an exchange rate. It's more of a sort of less of a trading for cash and more of a favour for favour.
Is it like John Wick gold coins that don't really make sense?
Yeah.
One
Similar.
coin could either be body removal or a mansion.
Or a stick of gum.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with a little bit more logic behind it.
Yeah.
Like 25 is a lot.
Yeah.
It's not like 25 favours kind of thing. Like, you have 25, like, pretty good things you could buy for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So would you seek to collect this reward then?
Who's paying?
I'm not talking to you, Tanya.
I'm saying who's paying.
I'm assuming you're not going to try and collect it.
I'm wondering who we're taking you to. You can tell I'm hoping that this Sundar can tell by my I don't give a fuck attitude right here that I'm like,
Yeah.
they can try and take him if they want.
Perhaps not, and he's sort of looking over at the rest of the group and says, but that doesn't mean everyone would be so wise.
I agree. I will turn invisible again then. So can you take us to Murphy so we can talk?
He is talking already.
Hello,
Okay,
Murphy.
so. Sorry, I just imagine Okran going, hello, Murphy?
Hello, Murphy.
Just like looking around, like.
Make a
Fuck,
perception
is-
check, Okran.
Oh, best skill ever. Right. Put that on. Oh, 20. Not natural.
As you look around, there doesn't seem to be anyone paying any particular attention to your conversation. Definitely no one talking towards the group.
Okay.
Is there a paper bird around anywhere?
Not that you can see.
Is from just looking at him, can we see any like overtly magical items on him? Like something that is probably a magical item. Like, does he look? I know he's quite simply dressed kind of thing. So he's not really affluent. But could I tell any kind of degree of power from him? If he seems like a caster himself or anything?
You haven't seen him sort of make the somatic or the verbal moves to be casting a spell. Or to be sort of like whispering under his breath in reply or anything.
Yeah.
There's no open sort of magical arcane conduits or sort of holy emblems or anything like that you'd see to focus the magics either.
I'm going to put out like half of a stale, or going stale, sweet roll out my bag
So,
and start chewing on it. You could be watching us with the magic I use.
so Murphy. We were sent here because you had information on how to get to the keep. I would really like to get to this keep. What you need? What can we do to get this information to this keep? Please.
Sort of a long pause where you're not quite sure who you're talking to or
No, nor
what's
was
going
I.
on.
I would imagine that he means he speaks for Murphy in this instance.
Yeah, so does he reply?
No, as in he's a delegate of Murphy.
Yeah.
Not that he's actually using Murphy's tongue, like Murphy's told him, come sort this out for me.
Yeah.
Sort of looks around, changes tact, and looking at Gorgamore, quite clearly talking to Judas, says, "You would reclaim your ancestral home then?
I would like to.
This is right.
And what of its would-be inhabitants?"
Talk to him nicely, unless you better leave.
We would. Why is it that they would like the keep?
That we do not know.
That's a big misunderstanding, I think. Maybe we just clear it
Yeah.
up.
I can speak to them. If it's a home they're looking for, they can stay in it. They can have rooms. If it is something in there, we can see what that is and see if they may have it. I do not wish to go against Murphy. I imagine this is something that his new friends are doing on their own volition. So I will not openly go against him. I will not try to counter him, but I would like to speak to his new associates to find out why it is they want the keep so much.
Pauses for a moment, doesn't really sort of say anything, and then sort of leans in a little bit and says, associates is a strong phrase.
Temporary friends?
Perhaps formerly temporary friends. The enemy of my enemy may not always remain that way. They have proven that their friendship is cheap once already.
My friendship is not for sale, but it is earned. And I'm sure you are familiar enough with my story that you know that I would not be bid on by others. So my friendship would be guaranteed with yourselves.
What might such a friendship entail?
Certainly no hostility towards yourself. You could use my name as you see fit. It may give you favour to announce that one of Gabriel's is now one of yours. Even if it is just in words. I'm sure it will at least be a slight to him.
There is a problem with that narrative, however.
Yes?
That story has already been told once.
By yourselves.
And sort of shakes his head and says, no, by the one that you left. He was a little aggrieved when you passed away, and
Well, I obviously didn't pass away, I just left. He just believed me to have passed away.
he was quite fond of that cloak you have, you see, and set a bounty on retrieving it. And with a few weeks of it not appearing here nor there, I believe he may be onto your ruse.
Then, I'm sure in our new friendship, I can help weaken his army, or his group. To give my new friend Murphy the upper hand.
Be very friendly.
That is what I'm all about nowadays, friendship.
Loyalty.
Exactly, my friends call me the loyal.
That must be something new.
It is. I turned over a new leaf. I now do not farm for hire. I only care about those that have done bad deeds, but we all know that Gabriel is a man who's done bad deeds, and I would have no moral questions whatsoever.
I mean, I've seen him do some pretty ridiculously crazy things to help us, so I'd call him rather loyal. I mean, you jumped into the top of that mountain with nary a thought for your own safety.
Well,
Agreeably, Gorgamor did it first,
it
but
was the fun of killing a dragon.
Yeah, and he entrusted one of his personal heirlooms to me as well, trusting that I look after it.
it's a loom that weaves hair.
Well, whilst he says that, I'm going to have been drinking my beer and I'm going to spit up a little bit.
Yeah. I think he saved our lives a couple of times as well.
That is what friendship is all about.
know it's starting to sound like an episode of Sesame Street.
So, am I getting this correct? You want to repent
What?
to join a new friend?
What?
That's not what I meant to say.
I'm offering my friendship. So out of character, Dan, I'm offering my friendship to this guy,
Yeah.
so he helps us go and take the keep, and
Yeah.
I'll probably kill some people for him if he asks.
From the sounds of it, you're implying that your name holds weight as well.
Yeah,
Just saying that you're friends with you would hold some kind of sway.
Leverage.
and get under my old boss's skin.
Out of character,
Yeah,
by the way, I am sitting here thinking, how can I not be completely evil but imply that I could earthquake this village?
Yeah, I was gonna randomly drop into conversation. Oh, by the way, my friend here can wipe out everyone here easily.
I've literally just been reading the rules
Yeah.
of earthquake, like, I could fucking destroy a city.
Yeah,
Like, well, at least a 200-foot square circle of it. Just... How wide? I'm sure-
Saying that you can and actually doing it, however, are very different things.
yeah.
Yeah, Tiny.
Are we talking about Tiny or me? Because Jesus
Yeah,
Christ,
I mean,
just...
when push comes to shove, there are a lot of innocent people in this town.
Yeah, there are.
Air quotes innocent.
Yeah. I mean, they live in
That
a
means-
shady ass place. So
That means all
how
I'll do is
innocent
I'll
are
send
they?
an incendiary cloud into the building with the bad guys.
Yeah,
It only does 10
and I
years
mean,
fire damage
those
goes through
cleaners
walls.
in there are terrible people. I heard they once stole an apple to feed their family.
Fucking
Criminal.
assholes.
Hey.
I knew that apple tree.
He
It's
was
a
my
hate
friend.
crime. It's like, no, that's not
This-
what a hate crime is. Well, I hated it.
Yeah. This spell is fucking...
Anyway, back to
Oh,
in character stuff.
a swirling cloud of smoke shot through this white-hot embers appears in a 20-foot radius. It's just a cloud of fire. Oh. So back to sipping water.
And
Just
as you sip, he sort of leans in and says, "For this, something can be arranged."
yes, I would like that greatly. Like I was saying, my friends and I are more than capable of dealing with people that need to be dealt with. How many dragons have we killed now, by the way? Just one, or is there more?
Quite a few.
Were you with us for the red one? As that character?
That was Oberon.
The group has killed a couple. Haven't they?
As a group?
I would know about
two?
it. So I'd say we've killed dragons, giants,
Scores
many
of
a
guys.
beast.
Demons.
We have killed entire armies.
Oh, didn't you go on that little field trip and there was that lightning lizard thing?
Can't remember.
More to Gorgamore. Gorgamore, Oberon, and one of Matt's characters.
One of Matt's characters. But my point being that there is not much that I wouldn't trust my comrades here to be able to handle.
Hello.
And as I can promise them on my word that the people that we would be handling are people that deserve to be handled, I feel no moral implications would arise.
Well, people that made bad
If
choices.
they are bad people, they shall be slain where they stand.
If they've made bad choices.
They have made very many bad choices, Okran.
Everyone has a chance.
Betrayal being one of the more recent.
Their betrayal?
Of Gabriel.
Well, yes. I betrayed him because I grew a conscience. I'm sure you can understand that or attempt to.
Not something I'm familiar with.
Well,
Each to his own.
I hope that you never are. It pained me greatly when it happened.
As well as those that were around you.
Yes.
There was nearly a dozen of them that took to the ship that we organised.
So that is how many I expect to find when we go to the keep.
I can say nothing more than as many as we assisted. I don't know that Gabriel has lost many others, though.
Well, we can see about that.
Are we talking about a dozen ordinary men here?
Well,
just actual people this time. Not immortal blood-sucking creatures or 15-foot tall individuals.
Skilled in their craft.
Or spiders 30-foot wide. This is going to be a nice change of pace. What about you, Gorgomon? It's been a while since you've hit something smaller than you.
Don't know, I prefer fighting mightier foes. I don't think this will
You
pose
did
much
take
of a
those 2 or
challenge.
3D.
I like how we hit first and ask
Terrifying.
questions later.
Yes. That's what I like to.
How we've always done things.
Not always.
9 times out of 10.
Well, yeah, because they've already made the decisions, but you never know, they may just leave peacefully.
So the question I have for you, Sundar, is would you like us to do Murphy the favour before or after we go to the keep?
Seems to pause for a long moment, as if waiting. After, I think.
Okay, so would you like us to arrange travel elsewhere, or is this something you would be able to arrange for us?
The ship will be at the docks in the morning.
Lovely. Is this establishment safe to stay at tonight?
I think not.
Okay, we will find somewhere
It's a little
else.
sad how many times we have to ask that.
Sorry, just back to the ship. Suntar, how do we know it's the ship? There's lots of ships out there.
There will be a runner by the docks. He will keep eye for you.
Okay, thank you.
However, will they know it is us? I'll look to Gorgomon
Will
and then laugh a little and take some more of a drink. Another bit of sweet rock.
will there be a guide to take us to the keep?
They will have
Oh.
their instructions and lead you as close as is safe without alerting them to your arrival.
Lovely. Then we shall leave in the morning, and on our return, we shall take care of the favour.
You plan to return then?
Oh yes, of course.
Make a persuasion or a deception check.
Persuasion.
$30. Nice.
Sort of tips his head slightly and sort of accepts it.
When we return, we will come to this this establishment. And would you like us to ask for yourself or for Murphy?
All sit at this table.
Ask for Murphy again.
And we shall await your next visit then.
Yeah. Stands up from the table. Says, best wishes for your travels.
Thank you very much.
Starts to walk away from the table. You can see him head back behind the bar and out to one of the further back rooms.
I just want to make one thing clear here. I'm not doing nothing naughty.
We'll discuss that elsewhere.
Yeah.
But we will be doing him a favour. So let's go and find somewhere safe to stay. I will get up, but obviously no one can see that.
You get up and you pause for a moment as you see no one else is getting up at the same time. And you just like starting to pull on the sleeves of the tunic or something.
Head back to the palm inn.
Yeah, that was the better establishment.
Isn't
Wasn't it?
that the place where they were like, I'm going to get my friends to come
Oh
talk
yeah,
to you?
actually yeah.
Only because I requested it, but
Why don't
Yeah,
we just
we
go
don't know if
camp
they're
out
good
in the
friends
woods?
or bad friends.
If there are
It's,
any woods nearby town, we could just camp. We have a tent.
yeah.
I'm not opposed to it. We can keep watches.
yeah.
Would
Is
anyone
there,
prefer a
is there
bed?
somewhere like that? I imagine I've probably led other people out to the woods around here, so
Don't go to that patch of woods. That's the killing woods.
yeah.
Go to this patch. It's the sleeping woods. That's where they just knock people out.
Yeah. You see all this soft, luscious ground? That's because they're all like freshly dug.
Yeah, it's all freshly dug graves, just
Yeah.
corpses everywhere.
So you would know to the north is mostly trimmed back farmland, but a lot of the island is covered in quite lush jungle. So within sort of a couple of hours walk, you'd definitely be able to lose yourself
Yeah.
pretty well.
But yeah, we should do that and then set up a camp for the night. Should we do? Would Karanth do his magic temple thing? I mean,
Probably
you know,
make it stand out a little too much.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's really- I
I'd
can't
rather we
remember
didn't.
What we did, I can't remember the size, like how discreet it could be.
Not
It can be
It's-
as big as we want, but it's clearly
It's Karanth.
Yeah, yeah. Let's just have a normal set, but let's keep very good watch.
Yeah. Karanth just... It could be like, what, 20 foot by 20 foot or 10 foot by 10 foot, right? But he makes it like a 100 foot by 100 foot giant gleaming temple of godly might.
It has to fit within an unoccupied cube of space, up to
Yeah.
120 feet on each side. Just trying to see what the exterior appearance is.
I mean, it's a
I mean,
grand
you do-
cathedral, right?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
make all decisions about the temple's appearance. So it doesn't actually say that the outside has to be sort of like shining, glimmering temples.
Yeah.
It could just be like a subtle stone building from the outside.
Yeah, let's try and make it more discreet.
It's whether Karanth would do that, though, right?
If you need to be sneaky, you
I
would.
think he would under supervision.
Yeah. I think he would grumble about it and be very unhappy with us, but he would.
yeah.
Alex, as the person who plays Karanth, what do you think?
What?
Dan's got a Theobald, you've got Karanth.
Yeah.
Oh! He shoots a firebolt, is he?
Fireball.
Just walks
don't-
up, sunburst in the room. Boom.
Yeah.
I think under supervision, he would make it discreet for us. So yeah, let's do that because
Begrudgingly,
that's very safe. And if we do have skilled people coming after us, if we live in
This means I'm going to be using an incendiary cloud in that night. That's what it means. They're not going to kill me in one... Oh, actually, they might kill me in one hit.
Incendiary cloud in a jungle.
Yeah?
Nice.
It's fine. I'd choose Firestorm instead. Because Firestorm
Promote
explicitly states it does not affect any wildlife, plant life nearby.
Really?
Because it's a druid spell. It's a druid only spell. I'm pretty sure. Hang on. Where is Firestorm?
Hang on a minute.
Firestorm. The fire
a second.
damages objects in the area and ignites flammable objects that aren't being worn or carried. If you choose, plant life in the area is unaffected by this spell. Druid.
However,
if anyone-
all the animals in the area are.
They're gonna fucking shit themselves, yeah. You're just lucky I'm not a wildfire druid. If that option was available when I was making this character, I probably would have been. They are really cool. Oh no, Firestorm can be learnt by clerics and sorcerers. Yeah, Druids of Wildfire. Pretty cool. So we'll go out into an area just outside the city then. And
So you head out of the Tame Sea Dog. You'd be sort of trying to head out west from the town. What route would you take?
I assume whatever route thingy takes us down.
Right, so you said from leaving the Tame Sea Dog, what route we would take to go west?
Yeah.
I would probably take us back through the docks, past the Golden Garden. I'd go the long way to avoid the Ghost Hook, to avoid crossing over Gabriel's territory.
Yeah. Taking the long route out rather than the main road that leads west. You head out into the farm fields to begin with.
We'll be keeping an eye on our back trail to see if anyone's following us as well.
Okay. You head out, cut across a couple of the fields, and then start to head into some of the more unpastured lands. You can see the grass underfoot has grown quite large and quite thick, more than a few ferns about. A good place to hide out for an ambush. The thought that crosses Judas's mind as he's sort of walking along. There's a lot of little sort of rocky outcrops and bits of wildlife that are grown just enough for someone to reasonably hide behind with a crossbow.
I mean, if I'm having those thoughts, I'm going to be telling people to be on edge.
Yep. I'll be honest with you.
Walk along and start to make your way west, and sort of about half an hour before some of the undergrowth stops growing to quite the extent that the ferns were before, and becomes a little bit more barren. You can see what looks like a cliff edge sort of rising above before you. Not a cliff edge, a ridge, where you start to approach it, and you can see there's sort of a small sheer cliff that falls about sort of 40 feet, and then there's a bit of a ravine that goes along with a river. It leads further west.
Back.
Yeah. Welcome back. So yeah, so which way should we go, guys? Do I know which way would be best, where we can find a good place to be out of the way and set this hut thing up?
Yeah, the shortest route would be sort of crossing over this cliffside and over the river. There's a jungle, sort of the edges of a jungle at least, about sort of 10-15 minutes further, which would be sort of more northwest.
Yeah, so let's go that way then.
What's everyone going to do to cross over?
What's happened?
So you're at the sort of ridge top that leads to a sort of a sheer cliff face down, at the bottom of which is a bit of a river and ravine.
I can summon Arkwan to go 1-1.
Yeah, if you want to. I don't imagine this being a big challenge for the group. It's just sort of how you tackle it, you know.
Get Arkwan out.
I mean, if he's going to do that, I'm not going to risk my ass jumping it and failing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if he just takes a little bit more time and just riding down on the because it's some fun.
Yeah.
Okay, you wait the 10 minutes for Okran to find Arquin in the wilderness, and a short while afterwards, there's the small sound of what sort of animal is he this time?
You'd be whatever he was last time, so a griffin?
Yeah, maybe. Or a unicorn or Pegasus. Something.
It changes every time.
Hey, I wrote it down this time. It's a griffin.
Okay.
The sound of sort of wings flapping slightly and talons sort of cutting into mud. There's a slight squelch as he sort of walks along towards the group, appearing out of nowhere. Quick minute later of sort of ferrying everyone over the cliff and the river. You continue on your way. It's not long before you see before you the edges of what looks like quite a lush jungle. You can already feel sort of walking around for this, as it's sort of starting to get to midday by this point. The humidity and heat starting to sort of cling to you.
Why can we never go somewhere with a temperate climate?
We do, Evermont.
We live there.
That's the problem when you live in an unproblematic place with like nice weather.
Everywhere else is like, ah!
Everywhere's horrible. I mean, almost as if we lived in England and went to any other country.
It's hot. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's hot. It's cold. What's going on? It's real weather, not just drizzle.
Alexa, show me the whole way.
Okay.
Yeah, so keep going until we find a suitable place.
Make a survival check.
Can I help him?
I'm about to say, do you want me to do it, or is he doing it because he knows the area?
I mean,
It's not that he would know the jungle particularly well, as he's more of a...
I don't mind heading up then.
yeah, I mean, if Tiny's saying, do you want me to find somewhere for us to camp?
Yeah.
I'll be saying, yeah, because I know he's like a proper woodsman.
yeah, because you know...
Yeah, I'm good at laying in gutters and waiting for a couple of hours.
You want to survival, yeah?
Can I help Tiny do it? Help Tiny look for a spot.
Absolutely.
What's that, advantage survival?
Yeah.
23.
A little tricky to find a massive space that's clear. A lot of the plants are sort of growing over each other. But after sort of a good 5 minutes of heading a little bit into the jungle so that you're not quite sitting on the border, there's a clearing at the sort of top of a small mound within the jungle that seems to be clear of tree branches sort of overhanging it, too close at least to fit in Karanth's temple. From the looks of it, as you get close, it looks a little elevated to everything around it, and it's possibly been used as a campsite a couple of times before, although there's nothing sort of... It's more your instincts telling you that. There's no sort of campfire or campsite visible.
Mm-hmm.
It would be enough to fit a 20 to 25 feet temple, if that's what you're wanting to do.
Sounds ideal.
And with that, Karanth begins casting. It takes an hour.
Yep.
Is there anything anyone would like to do whilst you're
Keep a
watching
watch.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out.
I'd quite like to forage for some game for us to eat.
Okay, you head out from the camp as
I won't be too far though.
trying not to get lost.
Are you an outlander?
Yes.
Nah,
Actually,
we're
no,
fine.
I'm not, am I? Not quite. I'm
Oh.
on tribesmen.
What's that?
He's the Uthgard tribe member, but it's just like a heritage thing.
Okay. But so I have
being
the
in
Outlander thing. I
the clan.
can supply food and stuff for as long as there's game. Or want me to do the hunting?
If you want to do the hunting, I'll try and stand guard if you like.
Either or, I don't mind.
You go hunting then. Be easier for you.
Okay. Okay.
You
Try and
see
get some-
Gorgomore start to head out hunting before getting caught on a vine as he's trying to go past the tree and seeing that it's not the mountains. He's a skilled outlander for the most part, but jungle
Nearly
is
getting
not his
choke
place.
slammed by a vine. Like,
That was you, wasn't it, Tiny? It's fine.
didn't
You
do
go.
anything.
See you later. Bye.
Didn't do anything of the sort. Let me just check a cantrip real quick.
That's a good point. What are you hunting with?
Club? I've probably got a sling. If I'm only after like smaller animals, I have a sling. Or I can just turn into an animal.
It's your choice. What would you have? What would you do?
It depends what kind of game I find. If I find like rabbits and stuff, then I might turn into like an eagle or a hawk and gather a few. If I find like deer, might turn into a bit bigger. If I need to. Just run out of the woods with claws in my hands and
Most of what you find sort of in the first half hour, sort of looking about, would be birds. In sort of a variety of shapes. You can't find any traces of any rabbits, although there's a couple of harmless snakes that you see about.
I'll take the sling then.
Make a survival check.
A survival check?
Yeah, just to see how well you do at foraging and gathering things.
What about nature? 28.
28 does it. After sort of a good sort of another 20 minutes or so, you found more than a few birds that are of sort of reasonable size and managed to catch them with your sling and created a little brace out of one of the fallen branches somewhere in the jungle.
I'll get any
Decided to
like
bring them
fruits
back
and
through.
berries I can find that aren't poisonous as well.
Yeah, and with a 28 you successfully do that. If it had been a 1, the berries would have been a bit more questionable. You bring back everything just in time to see Karanth finish casting the Temple of the Gods. You can see the, not necessarily subdued, but the quite, you wouldn't be able to see it from a great distance, sort of stone face of the temple that he has summoned, shimmered into existence.
I don't think you'll want a fire in there, will you? I'm going to, just a little bit away from the entrance to the Temple of the Gods. I'm going to use mold earth to, like, make a little fire pit and make a fire.
Okay, you gather some firewood.
Cook up some
it
birds.
takes a little while and you have to resort to using your fire cantrip to actually get the wood dry enough to where it starts burning.
I just put a stick in my hand and then make the fire in my hand and have it in it for a bit, like...
After a short while, there's a fire good enough to to cook the birds, and you go about preparing them and
Yeah.
starting to cook them for the afternoon, evening
Meal
meal.
for the afternoon, evening, yeah.
You just start to make your preparations and make yourselves comfortable in the temple. And is there anything you'd like to do before you retire for the day and sort of camp out in the woods?
In the Temple of the Gods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me look at my spells real quick. Judas,
Yes.
that individual today, if you want, I could scry on him to see if he's doing anything untoward.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. Enemy of my enemy and all that.
This is your business. You know much better than I do of the goings on.
I think his side is weak, so a favour from us will help them greatly.
Awesome. Are we keeping the little watches like we did before?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we should still keep watches. We're still in a dangerous area. And just because I trust someone doesn't mean I'm stupid.
This this favour. I hope
I'll
ain't
take,
gonna
first
shoot
watch.
us.
I'll take second.
I'd say I was mooted.
Shocked.
So what
We're all good at this, aren't we? I'll take second.
First and second taken.
I'll take third then.
Does Cramf want to help on third? Or?
If we go Gorgamore,
Yeah.
because I'm gonna empower mine and Gorgamore's watches then, or mine and whoever's third.
So yeah,
I'm gonna give
Gorgamore
them
and-
advantage for the
Are we
first
doing
hour. at
3
least.
watches, sorry, or 4? I can't remember. Maybe 2.
It's 4 at the moment.
And how long are they?
So Cramf can take 4.
A couple of hours each.
Yeah.
There you go. So yeah, I'll take first. Tiny second. Gorgamore and Okran third. Cramf fourth.
Theobald in there somewhere,
Yeah.
Yeah.
probably helping out Okran, giving him a ham job of the night.
Fibo can help out Cramf.
Just gotta polish me poles.
Oh my god. I've never been so turned off in my life.
Lies. Insight check.
Right, so
Second watch, make a perception check. As the first watch passes with the noise of birds and animals shuffling around the jungle around you.
This
You
is
see
mine, yeah.
nothing of concern. Second watch.
I'll cast Enhance Ability. Owl's Wisdom. Oh, I have wisdom checks. So perception check, yeah?
Yep.
Advantage. Good fucking job, and oh! Fucking 20.
Okay. As you sit there in the jungle, it's definitely a very different ecosystem to the forest that you're used to. You're sort of having a look around, and space between the trees is a little smaller than the forest that you're used to. There's not quite as much sort of small flowers growing underneath. Everything's a bit more tightly packed in. Sort of much more in the more focused on the race upwards towards the warm sun. Your watch passes without anything of note. As you turn over for the end of your watch, you enhance ability in someone, are you?
Yes.
Is that a concentration spell?
It is. When I go to sleep, does it fall?
Yeah, I think you don't have concentration when you're asleep.
Incapacitated, isn't it?
So
One
you
would
know-
assume.
Unconscious.
Yeah, you would know not to do it.
Yeah.
But the third and fourth watches pass uneventfully as well.
Hmm.
I'm assuming you're sort of getting up at a reasonable time to try and make the trip back.
Yes. Do I get XP for the birds I got?
Hey, if he doesn't get XP for the cultist, then
Cultist? Oh shit. I didn't even think of it being like that. In my head, he was just dickhead number 5.
100.
What was that? To get
Ah.
5.
He called the guy a cultist, the guy he killed. And it didn't even dawn on me that he was a cultist.
The
Okay.
night has passed uneventfully. You each gain the benefit of a long rest. Are they skaven?
They are.
Nice.
Ratches!
Building them this morning. And warp lightning cannon, and halfway through doing
Oh.
the screaming bell.
Oh.
That ain't no warp lightning cannon I ever saw.
No, that's a
That
plague.
one's not no.
Filth? I don't know. Plaguey,
It's called-
filthy fucker.
Blight haulers.
Fuck.
I'm guessing you have a quick breakfast and head back to town as sort of
Yes.
relatively early in the day.
Yep, going straight to the docks. Obviously, take the long way round again.
Yep, taking the same way back in. You again, sort of as you're approaching the town, you sort of alertness is kicking in again. The old habits of home.
I will
Putting
be
you on
obviously
high alert.
invisible again as well.
Okay. You start to make your way through and go in the long end of town and wait dockside for your fair sailor.
Do you notice any runners about?
Yeah.
Not to begin with as you sort of first go down there, but after sort of a couple of minutes of waiting around, you see someone sort of glancing back towards dockside and then sort of jumping to it, sort of attention and running off the ship down the docks towards you.
Okay. We'll wait for him to approach then.
Hear the thud of his feet against the wooden docks as he's running full pelt towards you, and by the time he gets to you, sort of a little out of breath, he says, "Sorry, sirs, didn't see you there."
No issues.
Look at this guy, and he's no older than 15.
I mean, that's ripe adventuring age, that.
Sort of looks at you and
So I
says,
like that.
"It's me pa's ship."
Very good.
Lead the way, sir.
Ready to set sail if you're ready.
I believe so.
He starts to sort of more gently lead you back up the docks towards the ship, and you can see it's probably an old fishing ship, but seems to have been refitted a little bit. You can see a couple of sort of half-hearted nets, but nothing that would be sort of a proper fishing boat scale. As you get on board, you see a sailor-looking gentleman with a proper white beard and cap behind the helm. Sort of looks down.
Yar!
Yar!
Well, then, we
Sounds
didn't have
like,
to pay anything for this, did we? Just
Right.
the
you be
deal
friends with
itself.
Sometimes.
No, I haven't paid anything.
Yes, we are.
And this be all of you?
Is Judas invisible?
Yeah, I'm here invisible. That's why I'm not talking. Yes, this is all of us.
Yes.
I will whisper to make sure he knows where we're going. I will just ask him then. Do you know where we're going? And I'll try and say it from behind someone else who doesn't really know where the voice came from.
So, nods his head. He's not really paying too much attention to who exactly is in the group. As long as you've sort of said that you're everyone,
Yeah.
then he's sort of taking that word. He says, "Aye, and swift travel it'll be as well."
Good to hear.
And what was the isle called again?
The isle is called.
Dan, I'm asking the guy.
Oh.
So that I can
Towards
insight
the,
check him.
Yeah.
the docks and says, "Mum's the word till we're further from shore."
It's good enough. Where shall we wait?
If you want a view, you could stay up here, but there's a hold below if you don't fancy the weather.
I'll follow whatever the group does.
I'm gonna step here. I want to check we're going in the right direction as to what we've been told.
What does the weather look like it's going to be?
Looks a little cloudy. Doesn't look too rough, and it's not too windy.
We'll quite happily stay up top as well. Then.
Yeah, that's up top.
Coranth goes, "Oh shit, we're going on a boat.
Ah,
I hadn't thought this far."
so I've got that little memory.
Just try and go to sleep. Or I can knock you out if you like.
I would like that. not to knock me out. I would like to watch you knock him out.
We'll say for now that he gets on the boat, but that'll be Matt's decision what he wants to do about it. He might decide that he wants to teleport away.
Are you suggesting that someone would be problematic? That's unlike anyone in this group. Because we're all arseholes.
Yeah, cunt.
You set sail, and you can see what it looks like. It's the main sailor, his son, and one other crew member. And that's the only crew that are sort of working the ship as it starts to make its way out of port. Fairly smooth sailing to begin with, especially compared to the previous time that you went sailing. He starts initially by heading east and then south a little bit. So the first 45 to an hour minutes of sailing.
Excuse me.
Is there anything you'd like to be doing whilst you're on this boat?
Just trying to keep an eye on the direction to make sure he's going west.
How about
From my
as much as possible?
experience of being on a boat before, there's not really a lot I can do. Just gonna enjoy the breeze and keep my eye for shadows in the waters. Pesky's a hugging.
Keeping an eye out. There's about another hour of travelling south, and you're just sort of starting to get concerned before he starts turning west. You can see the sails sort of bluster a little more. Seems to have found some wind, and starts to make good progress west. It's a 4-day sail, as far as you know, 3 or 4 days. So what's the plan for those days?
Oh, I don't like being in the water.
Sit on the deck with my legs sticking through the railings, just watching the ocean. Enjoying a little pleasure cruise.
Pleasure cruise.
Working on his tan.
Yeah,
I'll
maybe do a bit of training with Gorgon if he's up for it. I still haven't got proficient with the fucking club. Not that I'm angry about it.
I would like to ask Cramp if he wants to help me read my book on how to become immortal some more.
Looks over to you. I'd forgotten we even had that.
Oh, I hadn't.
He'd be happy to help.
So yeah, spend a couple of days doing that.
Gorgon boy, you up for some shitty footing club training?
Kinetic training.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
What would Okran and Theobald be doing?
Be honest with you,
Circle jerk.
not a lot, because there isn't really much we could be doing. Maybe talk about stories and history and catch up, and because we haven't really had a chance to do that properly yet. But
What stories would you catch up about?
Yeah, tell us.
Reveal more of Theobald's backstory for us.
Reveal more of both the backstories.
shut up, you.
No, bitch.
Shut up.
I'm the DM.
I've learnt more about Judas now. I've even got it written down here in its own little section.
Yeah, I've got it written down too. So, obviously, we go way back. We fought with the Protectors. I would like to think the Protectors, they didn't just do one area, they were all over the place, like an order. So I would probably say that he wouldn't have been in the same areas as I was when we were back there. The only time we would probably know each other is through the actual place where we get together and train. So I would probably say that he would talk about his stories up north. I've got a map here. So I would say he would help around Sonis area, the plains as well, the top north, that sort of area. And I would have been down near Balcrest and Evermond and Estrin.
Oh, you were at the northwest.
Yeah, we both come from Deladere.
Yeah, you probably would have sticked more to sort of Dord and Abalo, maybe.
Yeah, not a million miles away, but we would, we wouldn't have been in the same area at the same time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's what orders do back in the day. 60 years ago was the last time, 60, 70 years ago was the last time that something happened. So Before that, it was just more of a help cities out with guard duties and stuff like that, right? That's basically how I see this. But then I went on the adventuring route. And I started learning a little bit about myself. I would tell him a little bit. I would tell him that. Explain to him about Valandris, and because he's a follower of Noala as well, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
I was going to say he would be a yeah. He would. I assume he would know the story of Valandris, right? No, because they get set. Paladins get sent then, don't they? Not Asamirs, it's Paladins, right? Or was that Asamirs? I can't fucking remember. So long.
Asimir for the angel guide.
Yeah. So would he have got the same guide? Because we never really talked about that.
No, he wouldn't have the same guide.
Yeah. So I thought so. Yeah. So maybe he learned a little bit about his guide and. And I tell stories about how many times we come together as a group and a party, how many times I've fallen in battle and I've been raised up by good friends. Telling about how Tiny's always been beside me, rectifying my mistakes.
You show him the couple of scars of your previous run-ins with death.
Yeah, one of them being a statue. There was a hellhound. Was that hellhound? There was some wolves or dogs or something like that.
What?
We were where the that tower that we found by mistake.
We were
With the
chased
broom.
by fell orcs,
Yeah, we was inside the tower and we was attacked by some sort of dogs.
a demon.
There was the brain dogs.
And then
That
there
was in the Duke's estate.
I know
Yeah.
there was some dogs somewhere, and I knew.
There were some dogs at the very start of the campaign where we got chased through the woods.
Wasn't there that hobgoblin we fought that shanked Tiny? Wasn't there like a dog thing there? Just before we got chased by those orcs.
You almost
Yeah,
got
there was
killed, but not.
A demon dog, a canolith.
I fell down, but I didn't get back up. I got back up again.
Oh yeah, it had the lashing tongue, didn't it?
Yeah,
Hmm.
Yeah.
That was the same place the gravity trap was in that chest.
that's
Yeah,
it. That's the
the,
place.
yeah.
Yeah, you got it right. There you go. That's it. I remember because
Got a big old note in it.
this was on a tabletop, and we had
Brandacold.
we had the actual scenery where it was 2 layers, and I remember falling off the top layer onto the bottom, taking the damage.
Yeah, it was Brandex Hold.
I remember that. I'll tell them, tell them stories about all the near misses and what this scar did, what that scar did. I suppose he did the same. Took an arrow to the knee, but I still got up and walked. That sort of thing. Maybe get prayer. Do some prayers to Noala. I tell you what Okran would like to do is when things are quiet, I would like to reach out towards Valandris to see if I can. I want to say I want to talk to you. I want to speak to you. I have a few things I want to say, and see if I can get another visage. I won't tell her what it is in the middle of the air. I just constantly say I want to talk to you.
Okay. So, Tiny and Gorgomore. Tiny,
Yeah.
if you would like to make an attack roll.
Bang!
An
out
attack
off the ship.
roll
Yeah.
with proficiency or just
Without proficiency for now.
so a strength check?
Yeah, it would be a strength check with the club, yeah.
Kill me, please.
And
Natural one.
Gorgomore very nearly does.
Knock him off the ship.
Fuck me.
As you sailing along, a lot smoother sail this time round. There's a lot less of the the waves seem good, the wind seems fair, and you feel like you're making good progress. But unfortunately, with your training with Gorgamore, unfortunately, not quite got the space on a vessel that is not particularly large to properly work on your footwork over the few days that you're on the ship. Judas, if you'd like to make a intelligence check with advantage for Karant's assistance.
That's just a straight intelligence roll, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice, 13, mega high.
Right, good.
Where did we leave it off? As it's been a while.
I honestly can't remember.
Back from the beginning.
Yeah, reset.
But to be fair, I'm sure Corinth would actually remember.
Yeah, I probably would. And I have got it written down somewhere in my notepads. I need to really work all those out.
Okay. Well, you make a little more progress. If you let me know how far you are, then I can remember, because I've got the book here.
Oh, okay,
So I know which ones to tell you.
yeah. Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm figuring even if as long as I just get it finished at some point, then we can work out what it actually says. But yeah, I'll read through my notes and find out where I'm at.
Okay. On the beginning of the third day of sail, when you're in your prayers, Okran, you see Theobald next to you with the divine wings ethereally behind him, and the bright white eyes, the vision of Valandris looks towards you.
Philandrus, how are you?
I fare well.
I believe I need to talk to you. I'm afraid that I feel deeply disappointed in myself by learning the histories of my life. Is it true?
Nods his head.
Go quiet a little bit. There we go. Well, I just want to say this to your face. I don't want to say it in the prayers because I don't believe it to be. I don't believe it to be strong enough. But I'm so sorry. I really am. But I am here to make it right. But obviously I sent you away for a long time and you're only able to visit, not stay. And that's a prison sentence in my eyes. Do you forgive me?
A prison with far nicer cells than most get. Your path is redemption. Have you earned redemption?
Not yet. Believe we're getting close. We need more information. I'm helping my friends on their path, who is helping me on mine. But Right, I got a quick question out of character. So the backstory situation issues that we discussed recently with my modified memory coming back.
Yeah.
Well, I take it Valandris he assigned to me as a guardian prior to the incident or after? I think it's prior, isn't it?
You're not too sure when these sort of things are assigned to you.
Yeah.
That's a choice that you could make, whether he'd made himself known to you at least before that.
I think it'd be cool if it was after. Goes with the story.
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to double check. Alright. So I'm getting stronger, but my mind is getting weaker. I think I need to resort to my friends to make that stronger. Physically, I'm fine. Every day I think about what I learnt. It's not me, but it was me. How long are you going to be in there for? I heard that you can come out permanently. That is. Or I read about it. Please tell me you can come back permanently.
For such things, there are costs. A century and a year.
How long's a century?
100 years.
Yeah, I thought so. Well, I may or may not see you, but you will always be beside me. But I will always carry this burden and pain. But I will redeem. Or die trying. Nuala has chosen me as a... So everything is all swaying in my favour. But why? I did an evil act. But anyway, as they say, to redeem for something, you need to be willing. And I'm willing. Let's do this. Thank you. I am very much happier now that this happened. That we spoke. Lifted a burden upon my mind. Next time we talk, and I'll be victorious. I'll be redeemed and I'll be happy.
Your redemption is yet ahead of you. But I do not regret my choices. You have grown strong, and the heavens watch to see your redemption earned.
May Nuala guide us the right path. Anyway, thank her for sending Theobald our way. I know she did that. I believe she did that. He's been a great help to all of us, especially my good friend Judas. But anyway, I'm happy. I feel better. Right. Until next time, I'll see you.
You sort of close your eyes a moment. There's no sign of Valandris leaving, but as you open them again, you see just Theobald in prayer.
I give, well, I was going to say I'll give Theobald a big hug, but he's in prayer, isn't he? So when he finishes, I'll give him a big hug.
Oh no.
Shut up, you. When he comes around, I'm gonna hang on. When he stops, I'm gonna say, I'm glad you met. You came and found me because everything has a reason. Obviously, Nawala saw this as an important reason. You came here bearing the note towards Judas. If you weren't coming here seeking me, you would never have given that to Judas. You would never be on this boat right now. Judas will never look at righting his wrongs if he with his friend, his employer. Sorry.
No.
No, I knew that.
Just out of character for a second, Dan. You do realise we're not like righting wrongs.
No, but I believe that.
What?
Okay.
How?
I was very upfront that we're going to kill some people.
How? He's literally joining a
Like,
different
I
faction.
spelled it out for you.
He's literally joining another faction and saying, "Yeah, fuck my last boss."
Yeah, we'll kill those. Don't worry.
Yeah, well, I know you may have said that, but I said a few things. But we'll see. You were very nice to that gentleman. You taking him to Evermore. See?
I killed him, Okran.
I'm just gonna.
You just heard the flat line in his head.
Fuck's sake! Why'd you have to say that for?
He told us that he would spend his life hunting us down.
Yeah, but he was willing to do a new life.
No, he
wasn't.
wasn't. He was. Oh shit! They're gonna kill me. Fuck it.
We gave him the option of either dying there or we would let him go in a different city so he could go back to trying to kill us.
Are we dead yet?
No, because I killed him.
Alright, whatever. Yeah, okay. Right, we're future. That's past.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone has a reason to do things, right? Shit, maybe. Sorry, I cursed. That. By golly, we've gone through stuff. What are you hoping from this, Judas? This keep.
I don't know. We'll go see what it's about. See if there's anything good in there. Might be able to make some money from it.
So stuff left to you by your family, which is your right. Yeah.
Exactly.
So obviously these people have come in taking your right, which makes sense to talk to them to get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. People make their own decisions. But on the other hand, I don't feel like dying anymore. Please. So let's look after each other. As we do, as we have been, and we've got stronger as we've done so. We should prevail. God, I hate boats. I hate water. Oh, are we there yet? I need help. My brain. It can't help. It just. Speaking of, how's your head at the moment, Judas? Feeling any more? What's the word? Less intellectual, or are you learning with what you've got?
I'm making do with what I have.
It's not got any worse.
Less intellectual from yesterday. That I know.
In my mind, I was saying dumb, but I can't say that. Sapphire stars. One big family.
Monkey.
Are you feeling okay, Okran?
Yeah, I am
sure?
actually. It just pays to talk.
Okay.
I'm assuming I have a massive, welt on my head.
You got slotted, didn't you?
Slutted?
Slotted. Slotted.
Fuck is slotted?
Punched. Hit.
That's what I'm wondering.
Smacked over the head with a club.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
I think so, yeah. In frustration and trying to teach you.
Am I still not there yet, Adam? I think I've rolled a natural one the last 2 times I've tried.
Yeah, and you are close. You just need to not be rolling that.
Fuck! Do I get an extra roll over these few days, or is it that for the whole trip?
Yeah, that's considering it's only sort of 3-4 days time.
Fuck!
It's,
Imagine you only needed a 2.
Fuck me.
Has this captain done anything weird on this trip? Or has he just been a normal captain?
just seems to have been a normal captain. He's kept a pretty steady heading. He seems to have known how to catch the right winds travelling west. And has sort of mostly kept himself to himself. He's not asked your names at all. He's not gotten too involved in your business. He's just sort of doing the job.
I suppose he gets a lot of this. You know, no questions asked, transport.
On the afternoon of the 3rd day's sail, he motions to you and asks you all to gather up, or to send your leader at least.
Who's our leader? Judas.
Or we all just gather up.
Go.
We'll all just gather up.
Yeah, okay.
He waits until you're all together. It says, we've crested the isle. We're on the lee side now. North a little and we'll be close to your destination. We can travel by moonlight and arrive tonight, or we can wait till the morn.
Does it matter?
I don't know what your business is.
If we wait till the morning, we'll be well rested when we arrive.
Indeed.
we can rock up to shore and rest for the night then. Unless you want to do what we have to do first.
Where is it you're exactly taking us? Straight to somewhere near it, or?
There's a beach a little south from it. Maybe 5 minutes walk.
Might as well rest on the boat first then.
Yeah.
Land in the morning. Go in fresh faced.
As you wish. He sails the ship for about another half an hour or so, and you can see a shoreline filled with jungle trees leading up to a short beach, and Ori sets anchor, and you're maybe a couple of 100 feet away from the coast.
Yeah, set anchor out.
Weigh anchor.
Set sails. I mean, no, stone sails.
Bobbing slightly on the calm ocean. There's a slight patter of rain, although nothing too stormy, as you take your final night's rest on the ship. And that's where we'll call it, as it's now midnight.
Ferto.
Rather than starting to get involved in all the next chunk of stuff.
Yeah. Killing humanoids. Or maybe not killing humanoids.
Talking to humanoids.
Getting sassy with humanoids.
Can I please chop his head off non-lethally?
You can certainly try. I'll hold him down.
Yeah, cut his head off with a spoon.
Oh. That's brutal.
Specific.
Hey.
That's brutal.
Tainting my brain. Been around you too long.
What?
Bad influence.
You didn't need help.
Right, fair enough then.
Alright guys, thank you very much for watching. That is the end of today's stream. We have finished sailing the ship towards the keep, where Judas gets to find out what's there for him. Obviously we've been told that there's some stuff in there to get there, and what what's that, good talking to him, yeah? Okay, so join us next Friday. Next Friday at 7 PM GMT time, where we will continue this story. So tomorrow is Silly Sundays at 3 PM GMT time, where we will be doing some Pokemon openings, where I'll be opening up some Pokemon packs. And in the Sunday evening time, we'll be playing some Cyberpunk 2020 roleplay game. We're brand new at the system, so we're learning as we're going along. I play a Netrunner, so I'm a hacker, so it's going to be quite interesting. Then on Monday will be some World of Warcraft. Tuesday some World of Warcraft. Wednesday we'll be doing some Curse of Strahd. I'll be DMing that as a Dungeons and Dragons module. Then we're going to do Call of Cthulhu. And yeah, and I'll see you then. So head over to my website, it'll tell you all about what I do, what I'm going to be doing in the future, tell you all about what I'm selling as well. And if you do buy anything from my web store, it'll be 50% will be donated towards Autism Awareness, which is the charity that I'm working towards. Keep an eye on this space. I'm doing some big editing, so all the overlays, all the intros, everything will be all different, and it'll be all new hopefully tomorrow. So keep an eye out. All right. So thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Peace. On an amazing rare. Piracy. Riolu. Sandile. I'll just read out these. Whelmer. Ah! Called it! Called it! Oh my god! Look at it. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't
Show
it?
them the light they have lost. With that, the fire.
Hang on, well, with that, the fire burns out. I was a bit into it then. On an amazing rare. Piracy. Riolu. Sandile. I'll just read out these. Whelmer. Ah! Called it! Called it! Oh my god! Look at it. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't
Show
it?
them the light they have lost. With that, the fire.
Hang on, well, with that, the fire burns out. I was a bit into it then.